Besedo predajam magistru Dejanu Židanu, državnemu sekretarju na Ministrstvu za gospodarstvo, turizem in šport. Prosim.
Spoštovani, a se slišimo? Aha, gospa Petra je pokimala, najlepša hvala tudi vsem ostalim. Dovolite, da vas v imenu Ministrstva za gospodarstvo, turizem in šport zelo prijazno pozdravim in se vam tudi vsem, ki ste danes prisotni, zahvalim za udeležbo. Ob vseh sodelavkah in sodelavcih in zainteresirani in strokovni javnosti iz Slovenije, bi pa posebej dovolite, da pozdravim tudi prisotnost predstavnikov Svetovne organizacije za intelektualno lastnino, prisotnost Evropske komisije, prisotnost sodelavk in sodelavcev iz pristojnih uradov tako Nemčije, Francije, Slovaške in Švedske. Pridružil se nam je tudi sodelavec iz madžarskega urada in verjetno še kdo tudi iz mednarodne skupnosti je prisoten in zato vam najlepša hvala. Ozadje teh srečanj predvidevam, da nekateri poznate. Lansko leto smo morali relativno na silo, ker smo zamujali z implementacijo evropskih direktiv, sprejeti dva zakona, da smo se izognili plačilo kazni, in to je zakon o avtorskih in sorodnih pravicah in o upravljanju avtorske in sorodnih pravic. Čeprav sta oba zakona bila, mislim, da skoraj soglasno sprejeta v slovenskem parlamentu, pa sta bila to zakona, ki pa v širši javnosti niti približno nista imela soglasja, ampak je bilo relativno dosti prepirov in tudi nasprotovanja med sabo različnih skupin. In takrat smo se odločili, da je čas, da v miru, brez tega, da na nas pritiska evropsko pravo, opravimo širšo razpravo, ki je strokovna, širša, je zainteresirana javnost lahko prisotna znotraj Slovenije, tako na temo avtorskih pravic, kakor tudi na temo upravljanja avtorskih pravic. Že na prvi razpravi, ki smo imeli v prostorih pravne fakultete, pa smo ugotovili, da nujno potrebujemo v Slovenijo tudi dodatne poglede od naših partnerjev, tako na ravni sveta, kakor Evropske unije. Zato še enkrat hvala, da ste prisotni, ker verjetno imamo marsikje podobne dileme in je mogoče lažje jih reševati, če jih rešujemo skupaj. Že prvi posvet, ki smo ga imeli letos, tako da je bila tudi Evropska komisija in tudi posamezne države prisotne, mi ocenjujemo kot zelo uspešen. Sedaj smo se dogovorili za naslednji posvet, ki bo danes potekal, ki je vezan na upravljanje. Mi imamo tudi interno, imamo željo, da zakon o upravljanju, kolektivnem upravljanju avtorske in sorodnih pravic odpremo v naslednjem letu in da stvari, ki so nujne, da naredimo zakon bolj učinkovit, tudi bolj transparenten in lažje za nadzirati, tudi naredimo in to bomo tudi naredili. Vprašanje pa seveda ogromno. Dovolite, da vam povem en ali pa dva primera. Preden smo se sedaj srečali, je pri nas na ministrstvu bil obisk Zveze gluhih in naglušnih Sloveniji. Tudi oni imajo svoje pričakovanja od avtorskih pravic, zaradi javnega interesa so seveda nekoliko posebna, ne? In tudi njihova pričakovanja so takšna, da so legitimna, niso v tem trenutku mogoče rešena tako, kot bi si želeli. Istočasno se pogovarjamo o umestitvi umetne inteligence v sistem, ki ga obvladujemo, torej v strategijo upravljanja in varovanja intelektualne lastnine. Mimogrede v tem trenutku v Sloveniji je že zelo daleč priprava resne strategije varovanja intelektualne lastnine. To nam je pomembno, zato ker tudi na tem področju želimo iti v korak z najbolj naprednimi organizacijami. Končal bom pa takole, da dovolite, v zadnjem letu, ko smo bistveno okrepili sodelovanje z svojimi partnerskimi državami znotraj Evropske komisije, znotraj tudi Evropskega patentnega organa in tudi svetovne organizacije, mimogrede bil tudi predsednik sedaj pri nas na obisku, za kaj smo hvaležni, smo ugotovili, da je še prostora, da gremo marsikje naprej. In še eno tehnično, jaz sem želel, da bi bil danes z vami ves dan prisoten, žal mi to ni omogočeno, ker se je začela v državnem zboru, v našem parlamentu, razprava o proračunu in čez čas se moram premakniti, ker moram zagovarjati proračun Ministrstva za gospodarstvo, turizem in šport. Spoštovani in spoštovani, še enkrat res najlepša hvala, da ste nam omogočili, da danes organiziramo to srečanje. Mi se zavedamo, da najlažje bomo prišli tja, kjer želimo, tako da delamo korak po koraku. in današnji korak za nas je izjemno pomemben. Želim vam zelo prijeten dan in še enkrat hvala.
Gospod Židan, najlepša hvala. Sedaj pa prosim direktorico Urada za intelektualno lastnino, magistro Karin Žvokelj, za uvodne besede.
Hvala lepa. Spoštovani, lepo pozdravljeni v imenu Urada Republike Slovenije za intelektualno lastnino in tudi v mojem imenu. Zelo smo počaščeni in veseli, da danes gostimo tako eminentne strokovnjake, in sicer iz Svetovne organizacije za intelektualno lastnino, iz Evropske komisije in nenazadnje tudi iz držav Francije, Nemčije, Slovaške in Švedske, ki nam bojo predstavili z vidika različnih okolij, svetovnega, evropskega in nacionalnega, nekatera vprašanja o kolektivnem upravljanju avtorske in sorodnih pravic. Danes se bomo pogovarjali o načinih kolektivnega upravljanja avtorskih in sorodnih pravic, pogojih za začetek opravljanja dejavnosti kolektivne organizacije in načinih določitve tarif kolektivne organizacije ter o skladih kolektivnih organizacij za socialne, kulturne in izobraževalne namene. Zdaj pa dovolite mi, da vam predstavim podrobneje naše goste. Z nami so gospa Miyuki Monroe, ki je od leta 2018 zaposlena kot program officer v Svetovni organizaciji za intelektualno lastnino, sektor za avtorske pravice in ustvarjalne industrije, oddelek za upravljanje avtorskih pravic v Ženevi. Deluje na področju kolektivnega upravljanja avtorskih in sorodnih pravic, predtem pa je 3 leta delala v oddelku za avtorsko pravo v istem sektorju te organizacije. Preden se je leta 2015 pridružila Svetovni organizaciji za intelektualno lastnino, je delala kot pravnica za intelektualno lastnino v vladni raziskovalni ustanovi s sedežem v Tokiu ter francoski odvetniški pisarni s sedežem v Parizu. V Parizu je tudi pridobila magisterij iz prava intelektualne lastnine. S strani Evropske komisije je z nami gospod Rodolf Wouters, policy officer iz Generalnega direktorata komunikacijska omrežja, vsebine in tehnologija, in sicer z enote za avtorsko pravo. Izvaja analize politik in o uporabi avtorsko varovanih gradiv v digitalnem in spletnem prostoru, s poudarkom na spletnih platformah za deljenje vsebin ter platformah za pretakanje glasbe ali audiovizualnih vsebin. Spremlja tudi uporabo direktive o kolektivnem upravljanju pravic. Evropski komisiji se je pridružil leta 2010 in ima 3 magisterije: računalništva, financ in ekonomije ter MBA. S strani Evropske komisije, istega generalnega direktorata in sektorja, je z nami tudi Leila Manini, policy officer. Evropski komisiji se je pridružila v začetku letošnjega leta in prispeva k opredelitvi pravne analize in izvajanju politike Evropske komisije Evropske unije na področju avtorskega prava. Je magistrica prava in ima magisterij iz evropskega prava in intelektualne lastnine. Znova je z nami tudi gospa Enle Moron, ki je od leta 2011 vodja enote za avtorsko pravo v oddelku za pravne zadeve francoskega Ministrstva za kulturo. Ministrstvo se je pridružila leta 2000 in je bila zadolžena za evropska in mednarodna vprašanja v zvezi z avtorskim pravom. Pred tem nekaj let delala kot asistentka na pravni fakulteti in na raziskovalnem inštitutu za avtorsko pravo. Diplomirala je iz prava na francoski univerzi. Iz Nemčije je z nami gospod Arvid Arndt, ki je bil nedavno imenovan za pravnega sodelavca v enoti za avtorsko in založniško pravo Zveznega ministrstva za pravosodje. Pred tem je deloval v enoti za proračun pri nemškem Zveznem ministrstvu za pravosodje. Bil je tudi raziskovalni sodelavec na berlinski Humboldtovi univerzi in Hamburškem inštitutu Maxa Plancka za primerjalno in mednarodno zasebno pravo. Znova je z nami tudi dr. Jakob Slovak, direktor enote za avtorsko pravo v Ministrstvu za kulturo Slovaške republike. V enoti za avtorsko pravo dela od leta 2012, leta 2015 je pridobil naziv doktorja pravnih znanosti in sicer na področju kolektivnega upravljanja avtorske pravice. Skoraj vso poklicno pot se ukvarja z različnimi vprašanji povezanimi z avtorskim pravom in drugo intelektualno lastnino. Pripravlja zakonodajo in je sodeloval tudi pri pripravi slovaškega zakona o avtorski pravici, ki je bil sprejet leta 2015, ter vseh nadaljnjih spremembah zakona. Osredotoča se predvsem na kolektivno upravljanje pravic, vključno z nadzorom nad kolektivnimi organizacijami in na temo licenc. Pridružila se je tudi gospa Sophie Gret von Rosen, supervisory officer, nadzornica za kolektivno upravljanje avtorske pravice iz švedskega urada za intelektualno lastnino. Švedskemu uradu za intelektualno lastnino se je pridružila leta 2021, kjer se ukvarja predvsem z izgradnjo funkcije urada kot nadzornega organa. Predtem se je po končanem magisteriju z politike kulturne dediščine pridružila Švedskemu združenju umetnikov kot glavna svetovalka in sodelovala je tudi pri prenosu direktive o slednji pravici. Predtem je nekaj let preživela v New Yorku in Parizu, ker je delala na področju umetnosti, v Londonu pa je delala na področju reševanja sporov. V Londonu je diplomirala iz prava in se specializirala za pravo Evropske unije. Vzporedno s pravnim delom je sodelovala pri več raziskovalnih projektih, povezanih z organizacijo nadzornih struktur. Posebej jo zanimata upravljanje in uporaba mehkega prava kot regulativnega orodja. Že zdaj najlepša hvala vsem, da boste delili vaše bogate izkušnje z nami. Prepričana sem, da bomo danes dobro izkoristili to priložnost in izvedeli nekaj novega, ter da se bo vsekakor razvila ena taka zanimiva, dobra debata, ki pa lahko vsem skupaj pomagala v prihodnje optimizirati sistem kolektivnega upravljanja pravic. Zdaj pa vsekakor predajam besedo naši moderatorki Petri Boski. Hvala.
Direktorica, najlepša hvala. Naša prva tema danes je kolektivno upravljanje avtorske in sorodnih pravic ter obvezno in razširjeno kolektivno upravljanje. Besedo predajam gospe Miyuki Monroe iz Svetovne organizacije za intelektualno lastnino.
So now I'm trying to share my screen. I hope it's okay. You can see it well. Could you let me know?
Ja, vidimo, hvala.
Great. So I'm starting. So hi everyone, and very nice to see you all. It's my great honor and pleasure to talk to all of you today. So Miyuki Monroe, working in WIPO in the copyright management division, in charge of all the collective management matters. As this is my first time to take the floor, I would like to express my gratitude to the government of Slovenia for providing WIPO with such a great opportunity. Thank you so much. In my short presentation, which would be about 10 minutes, I would try to introduce an overview and a few types of licensing and collective management. So first, as a reminder and very quickly, regarding this topic, namely the collective management types, and there's no international norms or standards available because the international treaties on copyright and related rights only have super general provisions supporting collective management, like, for instance, Article 36 of the Berne Convention. So everything is in the practice and not in the legal framework as such at the international level. Also, as a reminder, collective management is an option for rights holders to exercise their rights. In principle, the rights holders are free to choose if they exercise their rights on an individual basis by themselves or assign the rights management to collective management organizations, CMOs. When a right holder asks a CMO for rights management, it is typically the case where an individual exercise of rights is not possible or impracticable. A typical scenario for such a case would be when you need to license to mass users. For instance, when your music is played to the public in cafeteria, restaurant, hairdressers, or public transportations, and so on. Now, when we look at copyrights, as you may know, many of them are exclusive rights, but there are also remuneration rights, where rights holders cannot prohibit the use of their work, but they may only receive remunerations from the use of their works. Regarding exclusive rights, right holders may say yes or no to each license offer from users, and you may control the usage. But on the other hand, regarding remuneration rights, they cannot do so. They can only accept remunerations, but cannot say no to the licensing offer from users. And here we have some of the most typical common types of collective management licensing. First, voluntary licensing or voluntary collective management is the licensing where the right holders may choose if they exercise their rights by themselves or if they ask our CMO to manage on a collective basis. So you see that the voluntary collective management is actually in principle used for the licensing of exclusive rights, where rights holders may choose if they allow the usage of their rights to users and how. Mandatory collective management is almost opposite to voluntary collective management in a sense that rights holders cannot choose how to exercise their rights. Indeed, under mandatory collective management, rights holders do not have an option to exercise their rights by themselves, but they have to mandatorily manage their rights via CMO on a collective basis. So this is a non-voluntary collective management. This system, a mandatory collective management, is therefore used often to manage remuneration rights, which are for rights holders, which are for rights where rights holders would have difficulties to manage them on an individual basis. For instance, many countries adopt the mandatory collective management for secondary use of commercial sound recordings for the sake of performers and phonogram producers. Or many countries also set up the mandatory collective management for the management of resale rights for visual artists or private copying levy system. All of these are remuneration rights or similar. Then we have also extended collective management. This is a type of voluntary collective management. And under this system, the license agreement between users and CMOs is applied generally to the CMO member rights, because the voluntary collective management is based on mandates of each individual right holders to the CMO. But under the extended collective management, a license agreement between users and CMOs will be extended thanks to the law to cover all rights holders in a specific category, including those non-members of a CMO. However, the extended collective management is different from mandatory collective management because those rights holders who do not wish to be covered by this extension effect may be able to opt out of the system by declaring so. This opt-out system is an important feature of extended collective management because they allow the rights holders an option of individual management, contrary to the mandatory collective management case. So this is a difference from the mandatory collective management, which does not allow a right holder to opt for individual management. Although there are several more options available regarding the legal framework of collective management, let's focus today on these three systems. And this chart is just for us to see a bit further on the three options. namely voluntary collective management, mandatory collective management, and extended collective management. As explained earlier, voluntary collective management would be used generally to manage exclusive rights. And also, as explained, the system would allow rights holders to choose between individual management and collective management. And regarding the tariff setting, it is most often left for free negotiations between users and CMOs, which would hopefully reflect the best market forces. As a downside, it could be that this system might lead loser monitoring by the government, and this option could also lead a complicated situation for users, because if the CMO is not transparent enough, it might not be clear for users if a specific work they would like to use is licensed on a voluntary basis or on an individual basis. The next option, mandatory collective management, the structure of rights management would be simple for both users and rights holders, because there will be only one entry point for rights management, which is a CMO, specific CMO, because the right holders does not have any option for individual management. The mandatory collective management generally requires to be legislatively supported, which means we would need legal provisions in the national law or CMO regulations, so that a specific CMO is allowed by law to manage specific right on a mandatory basis. And this could be a disadvantage of this system, because making a law, such a legal provision, would take time and costly for some of the countries. Finally, regarding the extended collective management, this is an interesting system for users, especially because it may grant blanket licenses for a particular category of rights or works, instead of seeking for individual licensing each time for users. Therefore, users may use a broad repertoire without worrying too much about their risk of infringement. From a right holder's perspective, yes, the works of non-members of CMO is licensed, but those non-members may declare opt-out of the system, so that they may exercise their rights on an individual basis if they wish so. On the other hand, however, rights holders, both non-members and members, might be restricted to negotiate their own individual licensing terms and conditions and tariffs, because they are covered by blanket license under extended collective management. Also, like the case of mandatory collective management, this extended collective management scheme will require a legal support, but the provisions would need to be especially carefully drafted, because some conditions are required for this system to function well. And this system also requires the right holders to be well organized in advance, so that the CMO represents a substantial number of rights holders in a specific category where extended collective management is carried out. The CMO in charge of extended collective management should be not only substantially representative for national rights holders in a specific category, but also foreign rights holders through representation agreements. The CMO would be also required to be transparent and well-functioning. For instance, when there is an opt-out system, opt-out declaration from the non-member rights holders, CMO should clearly announce it for users, so that the users may know that they need to seek individual licensing for that right holder, as the rights are not covered by the blanket license, and so on. So such kind of system should be well established legislatively as well. This was my very short presentation, and I would like to leave the floor to the moderator and the following speakers. Thank you so much.
Hvala, gospa Monroa. Besedo predajam gospodu Rodolfu Woutersu iz Evropske komisije.
Hello, so I will try to also share my screen. Yeah, I think you should be able to see it. So,
Ja, vidimo.
thanks a lot. So I'm delighted to have the opportunity to participate in this conference, and I would like to express my gratitude towards the organizers for inviting me. I'm happy to share and exchange ideas, obviously, on the topic of collective rights management, and just trying to go to the next slide. Yeah. So a decade ago, there was no harmonization in Europe over the way that collective management organizations were functioning. And actually, collective rights management was high on the debate, political debates at the time, because of that. So we adopted Directive 2014-26 to put basically order in the functioning of collective management organizations and harmonize the way it deals with rights holders over Europe. A second reason for adopting the directive on collective rights management was basically the rise of online music platforms and the need to have multi-territorial licensing, especially given that in Europe normally there is territoriality applies with CMOs. So the directive was adopted in 2014, then quickly transposed by the member states, and we published a report in 2021 on the implementation, which surveyed the member states on how they have transposed the different provisions, and which actually showed a great improvements compared to a decade earlier in how they were functioning towards rights holders, how they were dealing with users as well. The report also highlighted obviously some remaining points of tensions, mainly on tariffs. But then let me dive a bit more on the content of the directive, and I will actually only focus on the part which is related to today's discussion, which is collective rights management and the functioning of CMOs. So the directive basically has various provisions on the rights of the rights holders, on the obligations of the CMOs when they manage these rights, and also on licensing. So these are the three main topics. But instead of reading the provisions one by one, I want to really explain the approach of the directive and the underlying principles. And actually, the underlying principles were already outlined in a recommendation that dated before the directive, which actually dated from 2005, but which was unevenly followed by the member states. And this is why we adopted the directive. And actually, this recommendation is referred in the directive in recital 6. So basically, the first principle for which applies to rights holders and protects basically the rights holders when their rights are managed by CMOs and further mandated, further licensed to users, is their freedom to choose a CMO. And this is basically enshrined in Article 5, which is the main article which explains all the rights of rights holders. They have the freedom to mandate in principle their rights. So this is what has been referred to also as voluntary collective management in the previous presentation. A second principle is equal treatment of categories of rights holders. There should not be really any discrimination between rights holders on the basis of their nationality, their place of residence, their place of establishments, or whatever else. And this is expressed in different articles of the directive and in different recitals as well, including on membership. Just membership should be granted to any rights holders irrespective of their nationality and other criteria. It's also referenced when the licensing is done by the CMO on behalf of the right holder with a given user. Equal treatment also applies when to the rights of the rights holders to authorize a CMO, and it should be again irrespective of its residence or establishments. It also applies to membership. So membership should be objective, transparent, and non-discriminatory, and the rules on memberships are given in Article 6 of the directive. The rights of right holders should be equal, including when you are not a member, and this is particularly important when we think about extended collective licensing mechanism. And then equal treatment should be also respected in the topic of discussion or deductions, but this will be later discussed in another panel, I think early afternoon. So I won't discuss this too much. Another underlying principle is the right holder representation in the decision-making bodies of CMOs. So really, CMOs are acting in the best interest of right holders. They are managing their rights, and that's why right holders should be definitely represented in the decision-making. And this is particularly relevant in terms of their rights, their membership rules, and also voting rights. Rights holders definitely must participate in the decisions on their royalties distribution, so including on the policy on distribution amounts due to rights holders, which must be decided at the General Assembly. And actually, the directive defines how this General Assembly works, what is its role, how it is structured and established. The directive also provides different provisions to ensure that disputes can be resolved on fair terms with different means. Another principle is transparency. So this is something that was a bit an issue before the adoption of the directive. Transparency should be ensured across the chain, including to individual rights holders on the use of their rights and the royalties that are collected, to other CMOs whose rights they manage under representation agreements. So this ensures a good functioning of the market across Europe. On request also, on the activity of the organization and the works or other subject matter that it represents, and to the public. So the CMOs also must provide information to just anyone. Usually it's done online. And there is also an annual transparency report, which is referred in Article 22, but also fully described in the annex of the directive. So basically, CMOs must be accountable on the amounts and the rights the rights they manage and on the amounts they collect. But let me go a bit more in discussion about some specific licensing mechanism. So all member states, many member states have legal mechanisms in place that allow licenses issued by relevant and sufficiently representative CMOs for certain uses of work or other subject matter to also apply to rights holders that have not mandated a representative collective management organization in that regard. And member states within the framework provided by the DSM directive, this is the latest directive which we adopted in 2019 and which is currently in implementation by the member states. So member states within the framework of the DSM directive have flexibility in choosing the specific type of licensing mechanism, such as extended collective licensing or presumptions of representation, sometimes also legal mandates, to ensure that this is being done and that the license is extended to non-members. But Article 12 harmonizes the way this must be done in the member states, and in particular, it provides appropriate safeguards to make sure that to right holders to make sure that they are given the opportunity of excluding the application of the licensing mechanism. This is the opt-out, that the CMO is representative, and actually member states are free have flexibility in determining what the requirements for CMOs to be sufficiently representative are, as long as the determination is based on a significant number of right holders in the relevant types of works or other subject matter, having given a mandate allowing the licensing of the relevant types of uses. Member states are also free to establish specific rules applicable to cases in which more than one collective management organization is representative for the relevant works or other subject matter, requiring, for instance, joint licenses or an agreement between the relevant organizations. So this is a pretty flexible mechanism. Again, the areas of uses should also be restricted and actually extended collective licensing mechanism, or more broadly speaking, collective licensing with extended effect, should only be applied within well-defined areas where actually it's justified. And this is mentioned in the slide. We have been looking and analyzing the implementation of this mechanism in the different member states. We actually published a report quite recently, but we are continuing this analysis. This analysis is based on information from the member states pursuant to the Article 12, paragraph 5, and we are still assessing this as part of the conformity exercise of the directive. Another licensing mechanism, which was also discussed in the previous presentation, is mandatory collective management. So compared to collective licensing with extended effect, the difference is that there is no possibility for the right holder to opt out from the use of his right. So this must be really compatible with union law. And in particular, actually, union law provides for some uses of mandatory collective management, like the directives which are listed here. It's really important that it's compatible also with union law, taking into account the nature of the exclusive right, which is given in the Information Society Directive. And this concludes my presentation. So this is the next one. Thank you very much for listening, and I pass on the floor to the next stakeholder.
Najlepša hvala. Sedaj pa ima besedo gospa Anla Mavon z francoskega Ministrstva za kulturo.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to share my screen, but apparently the screen is still occupied by another PowerPoint. Anyway, that's what the machine is telling me. I will try again, and if not, I won't. Oh, now it's okay. Yes. Right. So just try to have it larger, and then yes. So on the first point, I first wanted to have a little introduction. I won't explain everything I wrote in the paper, but as regards collective management in France, the framework or the landscape is very diverse, since we have actually around 30, I think it's 29 CMOs in France. This is because of historical reasons, political reasons, practical reasons. So let's start with historical. Our oldest CMO in France goes back to the year 1777. So, which is the CMO about dramatic works, and the SESEM, which is actually our CMO for music authors, composers, and publishers, was created in the year 1851. So it was just an example to say that at this time we had absolutely nothing about copyright. Well, only a few about copyright in various little laws, but naturally no legal framework on CMOs. And so these CMOs emerged naturally on a voluntary basis. and they follow the rules mainly on the civil code, because until the implementation of the collective management directive we did in 2016, actually the French CMOs had to be civil societies. So the only rules we had were from the civil code. Okay, now practical reasons why we have some CMOs created for practical reasons. It's because we have common CMOs in order to have one-stop shop, for instance, to collect private copying levy or equitable remuneration. I think our colleague from the WIPO talked about that. And so the performers, CMOs, and producers, CMOs in that case, join together in order to have just one CMO collecting the equitable remuneration. So it's helping to add more CMOs in France. And then I said also for political reasons in the past, and I think lately it was in the 60s, and I think we had also something some event in the 80s. Some CMO was split, or because some of the members did not agree with the management of the majority, and so. And sometimes it was really for political reasons. Most of the members did not belong to the same unions, and so they decided to split to live their own life and collect and manage the rights the way they wanted to. So this leads to the fact that we have a very, very large number of CMOs. And I say that because then we also have a diverse field of practices, and the object actually of this first topic in the morning was sort of a nature of CMO. And so I will go back to the next slide, which is the very diverse forms we have for running a CMO. And we have, but I think all the speakers will explain the same, almost all the forms our colleagues from WIPO, Mrs. Monroy, talked about, which is we have CMOs based on a voluntary basis. We have CMOs in charge with a mandatory collective management, and we have till the last directive also implemented the possibility to have CMOs in charge with negotiating licenses which can afterwards be extended. So the first category is actually the principle in France, which is CMOs are exercising the rights on a voluntary basis of their right holders. And so I put that example I told you about. This is why we have, for instance, 2 CMOs for the phonogram producers and 2 CMOs for performers. They decided it on their own, and they have their own system of collecting and distributing the remuneration. But I think that's not the most interesting aspect, because it's, as I said, the ordinary way to do so. And so I will drop to the second case, which is the mandatory collective management. As Mrs. Monroe said, in some cases where it is difficult or costly to exercise some rights on a voluntary basis because the users are too numerous, or let's say the right holders are too numerous and not all organized, then the law can decide to organize the collective management as a mandatory collective management. And like WIPO said before, it can only be so by the law. So this is a case in France. I gave some examples. We have, for instance, a mandatory collective management for the right for reprography. In France, it's not an exception, it's an exclusive right, but which can only be exercised through a mandatory collective management. The Commission just also put as an example all the obligations and the rights under the cable and satellite directives and the new one. We also have mandatory collective management for the lending right. And we also have it, for instance, for private copying levy. I should go on and go on. It's also the same for equitable remuneration, as it was said before. And the point for being able to decide on having a collective management under the French law is well, to state that there is a necessity for doing so, that obliging the exercise of the rights through collective management meets the general interest, both of the right holders and of the users. And we also have a test of proportionality. And that we must actually present all these elements to our State Council, which is, well, examining or scrutinizing all of the governmental bills. And they really check whether we meet all these well, conditions. And if so, then, well, the bill can be passed through the parliament, and then you have the natural parliamentary discussion. But we really have to weight all the criteria, and there is a very serious scrutiny on it, and so each time we really have to reflect whether there is no other option, because as you all know, copyright and neighboring rights are property rights, and they are protected as such by, well, in our country, the Constitution, but in Europe by other texts. And if you deprive a right holder from his property, and so from his rights to decide how to exercise his rights, then you can only do so if you have serious and valid and legal grounds. So that's a bit what I wanted to explain on that. Maybe I will go to the next slide, perhaps, if my machine is willing to. Yes. No, it's not the good. I dropped one page. It's a bit. Yes, that's the French article on the right of reproduction by reprography. So there you see the way it's drafted. The publication of a work entails the transfer of reprographic reproduction rights to a collective management organization. And I don't see the end of the phrase on the screen. Yes, on a collective management organization, such as organized within the code and approved for this purpose by the Ministry of Culture. And approved organizations may then enter into negotiations. So that's the example of drafting it. And the next slide, if I, yes, can do it right, is then the slide on the reglementary article stating the conditions the CMO needs to meet in order to be approved by the Ministry of Culture. And so I put in red what is important, which is a collective management organization may be approved if it meets the following conditions. And I will very quickly go through all the conditions which are actually more or less common to collective management mandatory, collective management, and for management through extended collective licenses. So first you have to demonstrate the diversity of your members. Eventually, if it's a common CMO for authors and publishers, then you have to have both, and from various editorial spectrum. Okay, then you have to provide evidence of the qualification of the managers, so which experience they have eventually, if they are lawyers, or so which diplomas they have, and so on, if they are authors. Then the third point is provide information on administrative organization, facilities, and equipment. It is a condition to ensure that the CMO will be in practice really in a condition to properly manage the rights. So they have offices, they have the needed craft. They also have some machines and how to say that, and softwares able to properly collect and then really distribute the money according to the uses done. And then the fourth point that's a bit more tricky, this one. I mean, it's the fourth one. You can read it at home, but it's very specific for reproduction by reprography. So since my purpose was to give you the main ideas on the criteria we have, I think it's not very useful that I keep on reading it. So there you have an example for mandatory collective management. Mainly, you have the same principles. It means in the law, the article on the principle of collective management organization for one specific right, and then in the regulatory parts, all the conditions the CMO practically needs to meet in order to be approved by the ministry. So you find the articles in different places within the law. Okay, and then I go back. I'm not very good at it. Yep, it was this one before. No, not yet. Yes, and then I think my material is a bit old. I should change it. And then I will go to the extended collective licenses system we have in France. So after the DSM directive, France took the opportunity to implement the possibility to grant extended collective licenses. The way we do it is a bit the same way than I just explained about mandatory collective management. It means that we think the law has to provide for this possibility, since it deprives somehow right holders from exercising the rights the way they want. Okay, they can opt out, but for that, they need to do so. And so there is a formality they have to do, which is not the case in a normal way of proceeding. So the choice has been made to open up the possibility, but then in order to implement it practically, we have to describe precisely in the law for which kind of uses a ECL is possible. And yes, until and since the adoption of the DSM directive, we have provided for ECL. Sorry, I wrote it in French. In 4 different cases. We did it for out-of-commerce French books from the 20th century. We also decided to have extended collective licenses system for the use of images and works of applied arts in research publications, so that the researchers can really, well, add some material to more explain the results they came to. The third possibility we have is use again of images and works of applied arts in licenses for educational purposes. We have in the directive the exception, but then the possibility if you have a license which meets the needs of the exception, that the license then applies. And in this case, for the very specific sector of images and works of applied arts, we have stated that it can also be for the case that the license can be then negotiated, concluded, and then be extended. And the fourth example I wanted to talk about is the use of images in the application of Article 17 of the DSM directive, and then again only for images. Okay, and I will end up then my presentation of this first panel by showing you the article we have in our intellectual property code for ECL for the use of images in the research publications. So then the main and important phrase in the article is a contract authorizing the exploitation of protected works, blah, blah, concluded by a CMO approved for this purpose by the minister responsible for culture may be extended to rights holders which are not members of that CMO. And then the following article, and I think is then, well, next one, where the conditions are put, the approval referred to is granted in consideration of, and again, you have the size of the organization, the diversity of the members, the size of the organization's repertoire, in order to be sure that that CMO is representative of these kind of right holders. The second point is, again, as we have seen before, in a case of mandatory collective management, the professional qualifications of the managers, again, the human and material resources, in order to be sure that the CMO is going to be effectively running its business the way it should do. And then the equitable nature of the distribution amongst the members on one side and the non-members, but on which the license has been extended. And I think I would conclude my presentation for the first panel by this example.
Hvala. K besedi vabim gospoda Arvida Arnca z Nemškega zveznega ministrstva za pravosodje.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. I hope, just one second. Yeah, thank you for letting me participate in this symposium, and also thank you for the great organization for this event. From a German perspective, let me also just make some brief introductory remarks before starting into the topic. In Germany, we have 13 CMOs, and they are, just as in France, historically well established. Just to name the most important, we have the GEMA for music, the VG Wort for literary works, the VG Bildkunst for visual art, and the GVL for related rights. I will refer to them with practical examples throughout my presentations. The legal sources in Germany are mainly the German CMO Act and the Copyright Act, and of course the European directive they're largely based upon. So, as indicated by this panel, I will structure my presentation between voluntary and mandatory collective management of rights and the extent of collective licensing. I will lay some focus on the implementation of EU directives and try to show some of our practical experience with the implementations. So let's start right into the topic. First, the voluntary collective management of rights. In Germany, the management activity of CMOs varies depending on the type of right and the business field. Theoretically, all types of rights can be managed by CMOs. According to the German CMO Act, CMOs are, upon request, in any case obliged to represent right holders whose works belong into the scope of the activity of one particular CMO. This rule was predetermined by the CMO directive. Practically, we can see that typical cases for voluntary collective management are first window rights of composers and songwriters, particularly the right of reproduction, distribution, broadcasting, and making works available to the public. Other types of works tend to be individually licensed as first window rights. Second window rights are usually collective managed in the whole lot. This particularly relates to the right of communication by video audio recordings and the right of communication of broadcasts and of works made available to the public. These last two ones are especially relevant for music played in bars and pubs. But we also have the performance right to remuneration for being publicly played, or the audio recording producer's right to a remuneration share. So let's go into the mandatory collective management of rights. In the German legal system, there's a number of rights which can only be pursued through CMOs. We don't have a general provision for this, so the legislator decided for each right individually. The European directive does not deal with mandatory collective right management. However, there are particular European directives that deal with mandatory collective management differently, in this way setting the frame for the national legislator. In Germany, the mandatory collective management is typically applied for enabling efficient transactions, especially giving users a one-stop shop. On the other side, it can also protect right holders against imbalanced contracts. The most important cases for this in Germany are, first and foremost, the remuneration right for private copies against manufacturers of copying appliances and storage mediums. This right is actually pursued by the CPU, that's a joint clearinghouse of German CMOs. We don't have any EU law implications on this, and this right was always under mandatory collective management ever since it was adopted into national law. Then we have the right to retransmission. This is pursued by the so-called Munich Group, an association of CMOs. And this national rule is binding according to Article 9 of the SATCAP directive and Article 4 of the Online SATCAP directive. However, the German legislator in this case decided to go further and also apply the mandatory collective management to domestic cases, as well as there is no good reason for differentiating. Then we have the right to remuneration for rental and lending. In this case, the rental directive explicitly gave the legislator free discretion as to introducing mandatory collective management. Germany, for its part, kept the mandatory collective management that it already had before implementing the directive. And again, the CMOs created joint collection agencies for the encashment. Then we have the right to remuneration for usage for the purpose of teaching and science. Here, there were no EU law implications for the mandatory collective management. And finally, the participation right for press authors is also mandatorily collectively managed. This right implements Article 15 of the DSM directive, which did not make any specification on CMOs, so the legislator had free discretion. And once again, practicability and efficiency of the transactions were the decisive argument for the mandatory collective management. So this was to give you some practical and important examples where we have mandatory collective management implemented in German law. So let's continue with the collective management of rights with extended effects. Implementing the DSM directive, the German legislator adopted ECLs to the CMO Act in 2021. This meant for us, for the first time, CMOs in Germany were enabled to grant licenses with extended effects, which means also with effect to external right holders. Before that point in time, German law did not have this possibility. The legal mechanism is probably like in the other member states, the following. In Germany, the CMOs have the capacity to grant two types of extended collective licenses. First, there's a special ECL for out-of-commerce works benefiting cultural heritage institutions. On the other side, we have a general ECL in cases where contacting all relevant right holders would not be reasonable. In any case, the CMO must be representative for the kind of work the ECL is granted for, and it must give information on the ECL on its website, and in case of out-of-commerce works on the EU IPO website. And of course, as it was said before, external right holders can always object the ECL and opt out. The provisions on the ECL for out-of-commerce works were based on the compulsory requirements by the DSM directive. For this part, Germany had no discretion. However, German law enacted the possibility to issue statutory instruments to further specify the requirements. The Ministry of Justice made use of this instrument and issued a decree that specified information duties of CMOs, how to assess that a work is actually out of commerce, and how an objection can be filed. The instrument of a decree proves to be flexible in adjusting the requirements of ECLs for out-of-commerce works. For the general ECL, Germany actively made use of the regulatory option in Article 12 of the DSM directive. In its discretion, the German legislator intended to improve availability of digital works at low transaction cost. And the ECL seemed to be most expedient in this regard. On the other hand, in a practical view, there have been only very few experience with this new instrument so far. We can see that some CMOs have adopted tariffs for certain fields that contain licenses with extended effects. We have the VG Wort that has issued a tariff for lectures in the context of non-commercial literary discussion events for a social or cultural cause. And we have the VG Bildkunst that has issued a social media picture license for the use of pictures by service providers in the case of sharing online content. So all in all, the legal framework for ECL is available, but they still have to be realized in practice. Yeah, thank you very much. This is it for this panel.
Najlepša hvala. K besedi vabim gospoda Jakoba Slovaka, Slovaškega ministrstva za kulturo.
Thank you very much. And let me start by thanking the Slovenian Intellectual Property Office for inviting me to this interesting event. It's my pleasure to be here and to give you the overview of some collective management issues in Slovakia. I will now share the presentation. Okay, so I hope you can see clearly the presentation. So I will at first give you some basic introduction. So the collective management of rights is included in our Copyright Act, so which is in force as of 1st January 2016. Now it has gone through some amendments, and all relevant EU copyright directives are included in the Copyright Act. It means also the directive on collective management of copyright and related rights, and also it includes the transposition of two new recently adopted directives, the so-called online SATCAP or CAPSAT directive and the DSM directive. The management of rights is formed in a part 5 of the Copyright Act. This part 5 of the Copyright Act has a specific structure. It includes the definitions of the CMOs and also the definition of the independent management entity, which is in line and in compliance with the CRM directive, the directive on collective management of copyright. Of course, there are the types of uses of the works, which includes the mandatory collective management, and also one specific type of collective management, which was mentioned by the previous speaker from Germany. This is some kind of one-stop shop or so-called joint collective management. I will explain this issue a bit later. Then there is the authorization scheme for the national collective management organizations, which we will discuss in the second panel. Of course, there are some issues about the supervision. As a supervisory body, the Ministry of Culture is responsible to do the supervision over the CMOs. And of course, some internal structures and internal membership of collective management organizations, then relationship with users, and yeah, the other issues that follow the CRM directive, mostly like the transparency or a multi-territorial licensing. Currently, we have in Slovakia only 4 collective management organizations. There is no monopoly, of course, in the directly described in the Copyright Act, but there is so-called natural monopoly that, for example, for musical works, we have only one collective management organizations, also for audiovisual recordings, but some of these authorizations between the collective management organizations are also overlapping. So, for example, in case of audiovisual works, there are recently 3 of these 4 or out of these 4 organizations that has also the the authorization to exercise the collective management for audiovisual works. And the same situation is for the audiovisual recordings, because there are two organizations that has overlapping authorization to exercise the collective management of rights. So in general, if I start with the voluntary collective management of rights, voluntary collective management of rights is allowed in all cases that do not fall under the mandatory collective management. So it's it's usually the types of use plus plus type of specific subject matter. So voluntary collective management is allowed as a general principle in all the areas except the mandatory collective management. This is the basis principle, which was explained by my previous colleagues from EU Commission and also from WIPO. So as regards the mandatory collective management, in general, the basic principle is that right holder is not allowed to or not entitled to individually exercise his or her rights in specific cases which fall under the mandatory collective management. So it means that the individual exercise of the collective management would be really impossible or very, very impractical in specific cases. So there is the exact remuneration of the cases where the mandatory collective management is allowed and is applied for the CMOs. Usually all these types of uses or all these areas of mandatory collective management result from the various directives, EU directives. So for example, like the previous speakers already pointed out, it's usually the collection of equitable remuneration or compensation. Of course, there is a collection of remuneration for resale right, for the reprography, and for private copying. Of course, there is use of protected subject matter by retransmission, and also it includes the cable retransmission. Also, there is a use of protected subject matter by communication to the public through the direct injection, which is now under the according to the new online captured directive. Yeah, there are the types of uses that fall under the mandatory collective management. So there is also in specific cases, mostly in cases of retransmission, including the cable retransmission. Also, the non-represented right holders can be covered when CMO is exercising the mandatory collective management. And of course, there are some rules. If there are two or more CMO for mandatory exercising the mandatory collective management of rights in the retransmission and including the cable retransmission. So the basic principle is the collection for non-represented, only for non-represented right holders, is done by this collective management organization, which was mutually agreed between the collective management organizations. So the first basic principle is that they should agree if there are two or more CMO for mandatory collective management rights of retransmission, which one of them will collect the remuneration. But if they cannot agree, there is a presumption based on the Copyright Act that the representative CMO can can collect the remuneration for the retransmission. The representative organization means the one who represents the biggest number of directly represented right holders seated at the territory of the Slovak Republic. So this is, and of course, another condition to be representative is that this CMO is listed in the Register of Collective Management Organizations, which is administered by the Ministry of Culture. So the first point is the agreement. The second, if the CMOs cannot agree, there is a presumption for the representative collective management organization, and to be in line, of course, with the principle of freedom of right holders to choose the CMO, the non-represented right holder can also determine the CMO in writing. That's like the third point. If the non-represented right holder do not want to be paid by the representative CMO, he can determine the CMO in writing based on his or her individual decision. So these are the basic principles and types of the mandatory collective management. I will very briefly, what I mentioned at the beginning, explain the joint collective management, or so-called one-stop shop. It's something new which was created in 2016. There can be a voluntary or mandatory agreement. It's the agreement between the collective management organizations that they will collectively collect the remuneration for certain types of use. The voluntary joint collective management means that they can agree, if they wish, on a certain type or area of use, or for certain works that they will do this joint collection, let's say. Then there are some conditions how they can do it. For example, in order to secure the legal certainty, CMOs has to have obligatory written agreement, and there are some essential requirements of this agreement. For example, which organization, which CMO will be mandated to distribute further between the other CMOs the remuneration, and of course they are obliged to have like one table of tariff with common remuneration for this joint collective management organization, joint collective management of rights, sorry. So in cases I already mentioned, there is voluntary joint collective management, or let's say one-stop shop, and there is mandatory. Mandatory, there are only 3 specific types or areas under which the CMOs are obliged to conclude an agreement and exercise collective management altogether. And these 3 specific areas are technical performance or communication to the public in business premises through technical device. Then there is private copying and reprography, and now newly added, according to the amendment in 2022, there is also retransmission. So in these 3 areas, CMOs are obliged to have this one-stop shop agreement, and the right holders can, the users can decide which of the organization they contact and ask for the license. So still there is a basic principles guaranteed. And there is a specific provision included in the Copyright Act that in cases of this mandatory joint collective management or mandatory one-stop shop, if the agreement is reached between 2/3, of CMOs exercising collective management in the above-mentioned areas, then the agreement is binding also for other CMOs. So in practical view, for example, if 3 CMOs can agree that they are ready to conclude the agreement on a common collection for retransmission, then also based on this presumption, also this agreement is bound for is binding to the 4th CMO, which is part of the agreement based on the law, on the presumption. So this is some kind of specific one-stop shop for the collection of remuneration, and it can help to reduce the administrative burden for users, because they can voluntarily contact any of the organizations, but this organization is then has to collect the remuneration and distribute between the CMOs based on this this agreement. So it is some kind of specific type. And I will now jump also to the extended collective licensing. As regards the extended collective licensing, it's not the part of the collective management of rights, but extended collective licensing is established in Slovakia as licensing type. So it's the type of licensing agreement with the specific extended effect. So ECL can be concluded between representative CMO and the user. So still it's on the agreement between the representative CMO and user whether they wish to conclude ECL. If not, they can conclude other licensing types. They can choose from the Copyright Act. But there are specific areas in which the ECL can be concluded. As regards representation and representative CMO, I already mentioned that the representative CMO is the one that represents the biggest number of right holders at the territory of Slovakia in relation to certain types of works, and is listed as representative in the register of CMOs administered by the Ministry of Culture. There is, of course, extended effect that it covers also non-represented right holders. And as basic principle, which was pointed out many times before, it's the opt-out which is possible for the non-represented right holder. It can be done to all kind of works or only to certain types of works. And the specific is that usually the opt-out is made by written notification of the non-represented right holder to the respective CMO. But there are not big amount of opt-outs as regards the ECL. So very briefly, as regards the areas or types of use which fall under the extended collective licensing. So in these types of use or in these areas, only in these areas, the extended collective license can be concluded between the user and collective management organizations. Usually there is a specific work or specific types of use, but still the principle of the extended collective licensing remains voluntary. So ECL can be concluded between CMO only in these areas. This list is taxative, so it's just a full list. I will not go through it and read it as a whole, but there are some specific issues, for example, communication to the public realized by online content service providers, which was aided based on the transposition of the recently transposed DSM directive. There is broadcasting of works included, satellite broadcasting, and the typical one is the use of out-of-commerce works. So yeah, so for this part of our event, I would stop here, and I would later talk about the other issues based on the topic of the panel. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hvala, Jakub. Prvi vsebinski sklop bo zaključila gospa Zofie Gret von Rosen, švedskega urada za intelektualno lastnino. Prosim, beseda je vaša.
Thank you. Do you want me to share my screen yourself, or are you happy sharing it for me?
Jo že delimo. Izvolite.
Lovely. Thank you very much. I was going to talk to you about the collective rights management in Sweden. However, now I just feel like I want to jump into some comparative law discussions. Thank you very much to the organizers and for all the participants. I will try to stick to the agenda and then take the questions for later. As mentioned, so I will do a general introduction to collective management of copyright and related rights in Sweden, and then I will give some examples relating to extended collective management and mandatory collective management. We can move on, please, to the next slide. So it was interesting to hear from the different examples, not the least from France as well, where you haven't regulated in as much detail either, and have this plethora of organizations, because that's the situation that we find ourselves in. We had no specific regulation relating to the activity of collective rights management prior to the implementation of the CRM directive. Since 2017, we have the structure whereby we have our Copyright Act, and then we have a separate law on collective management of copyright. I think it's a little bit interesting to pause there, because the legislator in Sweden decided not to legislate on the organizations. It's not the bodies that we are supervising or regulating, it's the activity. I believe that one reason for this choice of regulation was that we have 27 organizations in Sweden. Not all of them are CMOs, actually only 8 of them are pure CMOs. Out of those 8 CMOs, there are 2 umbrella organizations, each comprising between 13 and 15 other organizations. That is, other organizations, the 19 that makes the total number be 27. All fields are covered, and again, because we have had a lack of regulation, I would say, there's been a vast discretion within the organization of how they manage funds, how they set up their bodies, how they conduct licensing procedures. And it's also interesting because when we started supervising these organizations, it became very clear that since we've had no system of pre-authorization either as a government body, we kind of had to start from scratch, just analyzing the market. Who are these actors? What are they doing? How are they interlinked? Suffice it to say that it was much more complicated than we thought. Some of the organizations we deal with are organizations comprised of organizations, which in turn are comprised of organizations and members. Other organizations would be individual rights holders. So it wasn't that easy to apply the directive to our structures. It might also be interesting for you to know that some people in Sweden thought that this regulation was totally unnecessary, we had no problems at all with our collective rights management or the organizations. Everything was working perfectly fine. And they were pushing for a kind of minimum framework legislation, which I think somehow was the result. However, the other voices in Sweden that were raised that said that what we ended up with, this law on collective management of copyright, it's a case of over-regulating this activity, which has been working so well. So it's kind of interesting, depending on who you talk to in Sweden, you will have two views on what happened with and after the CRM directive. When it comes to the licensing turnover of the organizations, I had to do some conversion today. So it's 5.2 billion Swedish kronor, which amounts to approximately $4.6 million. I should have done it in euros instead, but here we go. We can move on to the next slide. And that was only for in Sweden. So when it comes to extended collective licensing, it's often referred to as the Nordic solution, with a positive tone here. It was first introduced in Sweden for radio and television. Initially, there were different provisions in the Copyright Act. Now, the extended collective licensing provisions are all contained in Chapter 3. Since 2013, we also have a general provision, which it's still to be seen if it's made that much of a difference, but the idea was not to limit the fees to be prepared for technological advancement. And as previous speakers have defined and explained, it's the same idea here, that the terms of agreements are by law made applicable to even non-members or outsiders. It has strong links in Sweden with the principles underpinning labor law. The story has it that the professor who introduced this way of rights clearance, Mr. Bergström, he was an IP law professor, but he also had a strong engagement and interest in labor law. And again, we see this in Sweden, the collective bargaining, the leaving issues to the market parties to deal with. We see that in collective rights management, but we also have that for labor law or labor regulation, tenant regulation. There are some people who believe that we have very strong labor laws. We don't. We have a framework for negotiations, and we have strong parties, collective agreements. So that's where the idea came from. I wanted to give you some examples of our umbrella organizations. They are the ones that are using this way of rights clearance, mostly Bonus, Copyright Access. They entered their first extended collective rights management rights license in 1973. It was for school copying. They have been very successful. They managed to get the licensing agreements in place before the digital revolution came about, meaning that they now have rather important turnovers. What's interesting to see is when you look at, or when I've been looking at how they negotiate terms, how they act, they actually conclude agreements, again, very much in a similar way to the trade unions when they negotiate with other employer associations. They will negotiate the terms with the example I gave on the slide was the Association of Swedish Higher Education. That's the body for higher education. Then the individual licenses, in theory, they are concluded between schools and a number of organizations. So Bonus is not on the contract. They're actually working as intermediary there. I included a fun fact as well, because STIM, our largest organization in Sweden on the music side, they turned 100 years this year. They celebrated the 100th years anniversary. And they told me that they were one of the first CMOs to receive remuneration from TikTok. So our organizations are rather happy about this system of rights clearance. Some short notes on legal provisions here. I can send that out to you as participants if you are interested. Our Copyright Act is, of course, in Swedish, but easily translatable. It's again chapter 3 of the Copyright Act, and you will see some examples. For example, my authority, we have an agreement with Bonus, the organization I just mentioned, for the production of copies within this authority, and teaching activities. It's also, we have ECL for the making copies available to the public by libraries. So there are several uses. We can move on to the next slide, please. So when it comes to conditions for extended collective licenses to work, I included this because I have quite often got the question, how do you regulate to make it work? But I think the question which might be interesting for today's discussion is what's needed? What do we believe is needed for this extended collective licensing system to work? Since we've had it in place and have been using it a lot since the 1960s. And here, I think it's easy. It's interesting to pause a little bit, because how did we regulate to make it work? I'm actually quoting our Minister of Justice at the bottom of this page slide, because the organization came first, a little bit like the Minister of Justice in France said, and then came the law. We've had, and we still have, very basic provisions in the law. So what have we done when to make it work? Basic provisions in law, yes, but we've had very representative organizations, and yes, high rights holders engagement. We've had that too. Have we had transparency? I keep hearing that we are a transparent society, but when it comes to the organizations working, it hasn't been very transparent. As a supervisory officer, I can tell you that I'm fighting quite a lot to get the information I need. It's not really out there in the open. However, we do have a transparent society in the sense that often it's a little society. People know each other. If you want to know something, you give them a call and they will normally provide you with information. So in that terms, I can say that transparency has been around. When it comes to representative organizations, again, since we haven't regulated this activity, since there's been very, very little involvement in terms of supervision of pre-authorizations. At my office, we had to think quite a little bit. We had to go back in history to see what role, if any, have we played in making this the case. And as it turns out, historically, the involvement of the Swedish state has been very, very high. There are some interesting theses that have been written on this topic. One that was looking at the creation of collectives within the visual sector. The Swedish government wanted a collective to negotiate with, and what did they do? Well, they basically picked up a group of artists, an artist association, and they gave them some benefits. In the 1930s and 1940s, the benefits was export certificates. If you were a member of this association, you could export art under some conditions that were favorable. So it kind of shows that how did we get the organization to be representative? It wasn't just a case of everybody in Sweden, individual authors and artists and musicians, being really, really excited about joining up collectively. There were real incentives to be joining in as a group. And that still goes for today. There are high incentives to be a member of an organization. And there are very strong links to that and to the ECL system. Because the way that we have left the organizations to deal with funds coming in from the extended collective licensing clearance has allowed the organizations to make themselves very attractive. If we were to have one page telling you about the behavior of the organization and another page showing you the legal requirements of the organizations, you would see that there would be some discrepancy there, not the least when it comes to equal treatment of members and outside right holders. Nevertheless, the system has maintained legitimacy. So it would be interesting to see what will happen when the transparency requirements are being enforced more strictly. Will it still be legitimate? It will change for sure. We can move on to the next slide. Benefits and challenges. I thought it was interesting to listen to the WIPO presentation because just to compare, do we see the same benefits as you do? Definitely when it comes to legal certainty, one of the reasons why the system of extended collective rights management in Sweden has been approved of, it's because it gives users legal certainty. Both parties at the negotiation tables, they are happy with this rights claimants. I've written money back to the rights holders ecosystem. The reason why I say ecosystem and not just right holders is because the way that the system has worked in Sweden, as you all know, this is the way to clear rights when you are not really in a position to search and get authority, mandate, contact details of the rights holders concerned. So it's not always being distributed individually, and people are aware of that. But it's money coming back to the ecosystem. And again, practically more efficient than individual negotiations. I know that when we talked about opt-out at one point, I had one of the authors saying, well, opt-out is just theoretical. That's one point further down the slide, because really, what chance do I have to negotiate individually? Nevertheless, it has been a solution for not only the digital dilemma, but that's, I guess, where we are today. I think it's interesting to mention we have a Royal Library that has been able to digitalize a lot of their collections and even share them, making them available because of the existence of this extended collective licensing system. When it comes to challenges, what's often overlooked, I think that there is a conflict of interest, of course. That's what we've seen in Sweden when there has been problems. There have been problems partly because an organization, especially a membership organization, they care about the members. They want to show that it's much better to be part of part of an organization than not to. That same organization is then given the right to handle money from non-members. Of course, there's a conflict of interest there. Problems that we've seen are that membership organizations, they have used collective funds that they receive on the basis of ECL. They should be distributed to all. There should be no discrimination between rights holders and members and non-members. But in effect, those funds are used to finance membership advantages, benefits such as legal advice, even stipends, and so on. That's slightly changing now. It's being kind of shaped up thanks to the CRM directive. But back to the point of safeguards, at times they are theoretical. And a challenge, I said challenge rather than a negative kind of disadvantage of the system. It is a challenge that the system depends on well-functioning structures. And how do we get those structures? I mentioned in the beginning that I'm equally interested in governance and business models and kind of auditing. How do we steer organizations and people the way we want? It becomes very clear for me that the governing tools that we have to use to get these well-functioning structures, they go outside the ambit of copyright law. So, of course, it's a system that depends on a multitude of stakeholders, and getting them all to move in the same direction, that is a challenge. The last point here might be a little bit controversial, I don't know, but we also find that there is an interest in the system not working. We do hear voices. It's polarized debate, it's political, it's about policy. about the system not working, and the system not working being put forward as an argument for wider exceptions and limitations, especially if you can combine an argument of the system not working with a use that's very relevant from a societal point of view. We can move on now to the next slide. So to make sure I don't forget the other collective management that we were supposed to talk to, I have included a slide with 2 points on the private copy levy. Here, I thought it might be interesting for you to know that we are currently seeing a new legal proposal being discussed in the Swedish government. I've included a link to it here. There will be a summary in English, but if you're interested in it, you can, of course, ask me and I will provide you some information. And also droit de suite. These are 2 examples where we have mandatory collective management of rights. Droit de suite and visual right, that's where I entered into the world of collective rights management. So I maybe have a special heart for that. But it's an interesting theme because we have one of the cases. It was Bur, our current Bus, our current CMO in the visual sides, actually suing Dur, another competing CMO. And the question before the court was whether more than one organization could collect and redistribute a resale right. Since, again, back to very vague or brief, thin regulation, there was nothing according to Swedish law that pointed to the fact that there could only be one organization. I will talk a little bit more about this topic when we talk about pre-authorization, but suffice it to say that our courts they're not common law courts. They are not that activist always. The answer to the case was that in theory, yes, we can have more than one organization collecting and distributing resale right in Sweden, but in reality, or in this particular case, the court said no. It was only one organization that was had the stability to conduct this kind of business, which again links us to the question of why were they stable? Well, they were stable partly because they had been able to use funds from the extended collective licensing system to build up the operations. But again, I will talk a little bit more about that in the second round of discussions. Thank you very much.
Najlepša hvala. Zaključili smo s prvim delom, malo smo v zamudi, ampak vseeno vas vabim, da zastavite vprašanja. Prosim, če kar dvignite roko, tako da pritisnete na gumb. In če imate vprašanje za določenega govorca, prosim, če poveste, kdo je to. Kar pogumno, ne vidimo nobene roke. V redu. Če ni vprašanj, predlagam, da odmor malo skrčimo, zato da ne bomo preveč v zamudi. Predlagam, da se dobimo čez 10 minut, se pravi 5 minut čez 12. uro začnemo z drugim delom. Nazaj. Predlagam, da kar začnemo, glede na to, da imamo zamudo. V drugi del je naša tema pogoji za začetek opravljanja dejavnosti kolektivne organizacije in določitev tarif. Lepo bi prosila naše govorce, njihova predavanja so zelo zanimiva, ampak ne glede na to, če se lahko držijo časovnega okvira. Zdaj pa predajam besedo gospe Miyuki Monroe. Izvolite.
Yes, hello once again. So can you see the screen? Everything is okay technically?
Yes, ja.
At the moment I'm now.
Vidimo.
Yeah, great. Great, so I'm directly starting. So in this presentation, as in the agenda, I'm trying to cover 2 topics, namely requirements to start operations as a CMO and options on tariff setting procedures for the countries. So first of all, it is an option for the government to set up provisions in national law or CMO regulations to authorize a CMO to be operable. It is also an option for the government to set up some criteria to authorize a CMO, and in many cases, those who authorize a CMO is often the government. The criteria based on which the government authorizes a CMO could be only formatical, but could be also substantial, allowing the government to sort of screen the candidate entities. So the question whether the government wishes to select a specific candidate to be operable as a CMO or not, this is a national policy issue, and it would depend if the country aims at establishing a monopoly of a CMO in a specific section of the market or not. Indeed, if the government does not screen CMOs to operate, more than one CMOs could be established to manage the same rights for the same category of rights holders. And those CMOs would be in competition each other, which might result in some advantages depending on national economies. Like, for instance, in the United States of America, this model of competition is working quite well. But at the same time, if this does not work well, the existence of several CMOs in a specific same category might result in fragmentation of repertoires, which would in turn result in disadvantages for both users and rights holders. Indeed, the monopoly is in principle not considered bad in terms of collective management operations. And I'm aware that there are even some case laws in the European Union. I'm wondering if any following speakers might mention about that. On the contrary, in many cases, for an efficiency and economy of scale perspective, it makes sense for CMO to be in a monopolistic position. As Mihaly Fischer wrote in his recent book, publication of WIPO, in order for a CMO to fulfill its obligations, a government should make sure that only organizations properly suited to the lawful management of copyright, and the authorization process provided in the law would become a good opportunity for the government to do so. If the government opts for setting up criteria of authorization of a CMO, which type of criteria could be envisaged? We do not have any international standard or even the norms here, and I may only cite some typical examples or set of criteria, such as whether the CMO is sufficiently representative of the category of rights, both nationally and internationally, and also the volume of potential users, which means if the CMO looks economically sustainable for the future, and so on. But I have to turn to other speakers on this topic who would explain their national models, as for me, comparative approach sounds making the most sense on this topic specifically. Many countries also include in their national provisions suspension of a CMO operation and withdrawal of authorization of a CMO. Again, no international standard or norm is available, but it is generally considered that it might not be reasonable and proportionate if the provision requires an immediate sanction to stop operation or withdrawal of authorization, because such measures could punish also the right holders. It will be unfair that right holders should suffer the impact of irregularities for which they are not directly responsible for. And so for the sanction to be proportionate and reasonable, it is therefore usually understood that the CMO should be allowed to have a sort of deadline for the elimination of identified problem. And in case of eventual suspension or withdrawal, it should be announced in writing, of course, and with reasons, clear reasons as well. For the government, there is an option to punish the CMO only for management staff before suspension of its operation or withdrawal of authorization. For instance, the suspension or dismissal of the director and or other officials of a CMO, and appointing a caretaker, a sort of caretaker director to reorganize the CMO. This kind, which may also include the dissolving of certain bodies and organization, their re-election and so on. This kind of measures could be taken before the eventual suspension of CMO or withdrawal of authorization. So that was one topic. I have to go quickly. I'm aware of the time restraint. It's quite ambitious to cover those two topics. Another topic is procedures of tariff setting. This would be 1 hour or even 1 day topic, but I will go very quick. Again, no international standard or norms exist. It will be very useful to refer to examples of other jurisdictions on this topic as well. And there is nevertheless a typical step or procedure which could be included in the national law or regulations. Of course, the government is free to choose to include all or only some of them. At the initial stage, it would include free negotiations between users and rights holders, and such a negotiation, if failed to agree on the fees, parties might be able to rely on CMO's internal dispute resolution procedure or on alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, depending on the jurisdictions. Then the agreed tariff might or might not need to be approved by the government or by an independent public body, apart from the public governmental body. In some countries, if any doubts, parties might be able to seek for opinions of expert body. So for instance, when there is a doubt if a CMO is abusing its monopolistic power, users could ask for experts' neutral opinion or competition authorities to intervene at this stage. That is also an option. All of them are just an option for the government. In some countries, there might be also a step of court review, quite common in the common law countries. This might come in only when negotiations were unsuccessful or only according to expert bodies' opinion, depending on the jurisdictions again. Then, after the tariff is set up and applied, it could be reviewed as well. It's also an option. It is important to highlight that what I'm saying now is only some options, and a variety of solutions are available for the countries. And here is just an example. This chart, drafted based on a presentation by of a Croatian professor, shows how some of the countries worldwide adopt some of those steps that I've described in order to show you how diverse the tariff setting procedure is depending on the jurisdiction. Regarding it, I'm very conscious of the time, and regarding the criteria of tariff setting, I'm not going to the detail for today, but please let me introduce a WIPO document called WIPO Good Practice Toolkit for CMOs, and just called Toolkit. This document is compiling examples and good practices in the area of collective management, and this is a non-normative document, and it's publicly available online for anyone's consultation. And it is chapter 8 of this toolkit, which has a section for rules for tariff setting. And here, this section sums up the good practices at an international level regarding criteria of tariff setting for your information. Accordingly, a CMO should establish tariffs, which may be based on cross-sectorial tariff comparisons, economic research, the commercial value of the rights in use, the benefits to users or others. Regarding what benefits for a licensee means, it should be assessed considering the below listed items in the slide, namely the purpose of use, the context of use, the manner of use, the benefit for users for having to deal with a CMO compared to the case where they did on an individual manner. They sought on an individual licensing, and the negotiated rates and terms. So it was very quick, but that was it. And thank you so much for your kind attention. And please contact us if you have any questions, and pass the floor back to the moderator and other speakers. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala. In na vrsti je gospod Rodolf Wouters. Prosim.
Thanks a lot. I hope you can see also the slides. To be honest, I think there is a lot of margin of maneuver in this case left to the member states. So what the directive on copyright on collective rights management provides is basically that CMOs is a definition for CMOs. What a CMO is just any organization that is authorized by law, for instance, a specific provision in national law, or by way of assignment, license, or just any contractual arrangement to manage copyright or related rights. So this is pretty flexible. And basically, the two main criteria are that it's owned and controlled by its members. That's why the directive actually provides different governance mechanisms for membership rules. And the second criteria is that it's organized on a not-for-profit basis, actually making a clear difference with other types of organizations, such as independent management entities that act actually on a for-profit basis. And an important feature is that rights holders authorize the categories of rights and all types of works and other subject matter, and there's a possibility to withdraw. I think this has been also mentioned by the previous presentation, the importance of the ability to withdraw also your authorization for some categories of rights or types of works. But this is really important because basically the CMO represents a catalog of rights, and if you withdraw, the way you withdraw, whether it's for all your rights or whether it's for a given categories of rights, is important. And what the directive provides is this exactly, clarity. Then the directive also sets obligations specifically on the way the CMO works, and I've been discussing this extensively in the previous presentation I made, so I won't get into details. But this is important because quite often when the member state is authorizing a CMO to establish, it might be willing to check these requirements and whether there's a proper functioning for the CMO that is foreseen, because also the directive provides that there is a supervisory function to monitor the management and performance of CMOs. So this is why many CMOs, many member states are actually requiring CMOs to be authorized either by the ministry that is competent for these affairs or the IP office. And sometimes, and this really must be carefully taught because it should not, there's nothing actually specifically in the directive that is ruling this. This is really left to the member states. But due attention should really be paid to what burden you put on the CMO to establish, and also whether this burden compares and to what extent it compares to the burdens set on independent management entities to also enter the market. Because if there is too much burden on the CMO, and it's pretty easy for IMEs to enter the market, then there might be a difference that might not satisfy CMOs. And actually, we had some complaints from CMOs on this regard. Then on licensing, again, the licensing and the directive, the licensing requirements in the directive are pretty straightforward and generic. Basically, licensing should be made in good faith, so that CMOs should either license or provide the user with a reason statement explaining why they don't want to license. Licensing on good faith is also a bit based on the fact that the CMO must respond without undue delay to users' requests for licenses. Some negotiations must be really based on all the necessary information. That again is provided by Article 16 of the Directive on Collective Rights Management. And the terms for licensing must be based on objective and non-discriminatory criteria. The directive does not really detail what these criteria should be, much more than saying that it should be, but I'm coming to details on the next slide on this, comparative to the economic value of the use of these rights. So the way that CMOs and users negotiate licensing conditions, so including tariffs, but also perhaps other conditions on the use of rights, are done very differently in the different member states, and there may be different types of intervention depending on the member states. Sometimes the member states have set up committees with established representative stakeholders of a specific sector, like the audiovisual sector, for instance, but maybe also other sectors, and sometimes not. It really depends, and is left to the member states to decide how to facilitate this. But here I come really to the criteria. What is important for tariffs is that right holders should really receive appropriate remuneration for the use of their rights. And that is also, again, stated in Article 16 of the CRM Directive. So tariffs should be reasonable in relation to the economic value of the use of the rights, taking into account, obviously, the use of the works or other subject matter and the service provided by the CMO. And then some member states have actually set different criteria in their law, and that is obviously fine and left to their discretion. But obviously, it must comply with the previous paragraphs, that it should be reflective of this economic value. Tariffs are usually set up with the facilitation of a committee. I also already mentioned this. What is also relevant is case law. There is interesting case law that goes a bit more in detail into the criteria. For instance, the Saban case on the application of a flat tariff systems in the music sector. But basically, usually it is also very, very much related to, again, stating the importance of taking into account the economic value of the works. The relations between the CMOs and the users are also regulated by different provisions on dispute resolution in the directive. And the member states have implemented this through different mechanisms, such as mediation or arbitration, before going to court, you have the opportunity to settle. So we, in 2021, we launched a study on the implementation of the CRM directive, and evidence from that study did not really identify any significant issues regarding the licensing negotiations. So it seems really that licensing over Europe is working. However, we have identified and looked at different legal disputes between CMOs and users, and where they are frequent is really where there's a lack of payment by users or either tariff setting and this discussion. But this is quite expected. Yeah, so that concludes my presentation. Many thanks, and next to the next speaker. Thanks.
Najlepša hvala. Besedo ima gospa Ann LMV.
Yes, I will share. Yes, I can share my screen. Right. I will be as brief as I can on this issue because we don't necessarily have a lot of rules on that. So there are 3 columns. The first one is the principle for the creation of the CMO. The second one is the requirements in case of mandatory collective management and also ECL. And the third column is on the tariff setting. And afterwards, when we will receive the slides, you also can find some articles. So you have the details on what I'm going to explain, but basically I will stick to this only page. Okay, so as a matter of principle in France, there is no authorization for the establishment of a CMO. It means we don't give any agreement on that, but there is a formality. So it means for EU law, it is analyzed as an authorization, but I will explain the way it is. The CMOs, before they are created, so they have to send to the ministry the projects of statutes, also a budget for the next, let's say, 1 year, at least 3 years, in order to show that they are serious and they will be in a capacity to manage the rights and will not eventually collect some rights with no intention to distribute it to fake right holders. So the idea is that we need some documents which assess first the conformity of the statutes to the existing law, and second, also assess the seriousness of the managers of the society, and also a budget or material informations as to whether they do have an office or not, in order to ensure, again, the seriousness of the action. If we think there is something missing in the documents, then the ministry has the obligation, or no obligation, but we are here to ensure the law. So we may refer the matter to the judicial court when we have real and serious grounds for opposing the constitution of a new CMO. So that's the only thing we can do. So we don't give an agreement. We just, in case we have serious doubts, send it over to a tribunal who is then assessing if, the future CMO has the means to ensure a proper business. And I am here since, I don't know, over 20 years now. And I think it happened 3 times within these 20 years where we sent a file over to the court. And the court decided we were right to have hesitations, and decided that these CMOs didn't have to be created, actually. So that's for the creation of CMO. And then I will drop to the second column. As I mentioned before, in case of mandatory collective management, or in case of exercising a right where there is an extended collective licensing, then you need an authorization by the Ministry of Culture. So only in these cases you need an authorization. Otherwise, you might just create your society and exercise it with no such approval. After that, I go back to the first column. During the life of the society, there are still other obligations for the CMOs. The CMOs do have mainly 2 controls, one from the Ministry of Culture, according to the legality, so the conformity of their legal statutes to the law, which is made by the Ministry of Culture. And the other control, which is partly organized by the collective management directive, which is in France exercised by a controlling commission for CMOs. So, which it's an independent body, but run by the state, and this body has access, if necessary, to all documents, can go to the CMOs and check at the very place of the CMOs for anything they need in order to assess whether the society is acting well. So, and that is a bit resumed at the end of the first column. So the CMO is obliged to communicate the annual accounts to the Ministry of Culture. And if they have draft modifications of the statutes, then they send it to us. So we read them through. We go back to them when there is something which is not compatible with the law, and if ever the society is not compliant to that, then we might refer to the controlling commission and eventually ask them, well, to make a sanction or whatever. But so okay, so that's from the parts of the Ministry of Culture. So the CMOs can only run business by doing so, but they also have each year a very, very high control from this control commission on the conformity of their acts to the legal statutes, of some rules regarding their budget, the way they held their accounts, and so on and so on, and mostly, again, all the obligations set by the directive. So that's what we have as requirements to exercise collective management. My third column is on tariff setting. We don't have a lot of things actually in France. There is no control from a dedicated body, except from the competition authority, as in all member states, in order to see whether the tariffs set according to the competition legislation. What I wanted to mention is 2 points. The first point is the state participates, however, in the administrative commission setting some remunerations. The first one is private copying levy. The second one is equitable remuneration. And the third one is minimum equitable remuneration for performers in case of the streaming of the phonograms. So it's something quite special. We're in it. A state representative is president of these administrative commissions, but mostly actually the debates are amongst the right holders on the right side and the users on the other side. The state is just here to be sure that everything is going to be dealt or discussed in a proper way and will lead to a remuneration. The second point is that we have only one special rule. Well, we took over what was written in the directive as regards the fixing of the remuneration, but we had before the directive one thing, and we kept it, which is the obligation for the CMOs to propose a reduction in the amount of the remuneration to be paid for associations when they have events without paying admission for the event. So that's the only way where we have a special rule. And as regards the rest, we, as I said, just took over the general principles laid down by the directive. And so that's what I wanted to say as regards this panel too. And thank you for your attention.
Najlepša hvala. K besedi vabim gospoda Arvida Arnca.
All right. Yes, thank you. I also want to focus on actually the process of authorization and establishing tariffs in German law. So first, for the authorization, we can very generally say that German law has a graduated system for administrative authorization or notification of CMOs. As Mr. Wouters said before, this is not prescribed by the CMO directive. However, Germany kept its system to continue the tried and tested ex-ante control of CMOs in order to ensure their effectiveness, sustainability, reliability, and the fair participation of right holders. So this is the situation before and after the adoption of the CMO directive. The system works like that. There are CMOs that are subject to authorization. That is, CMOs that are based in Germany or outside the EEA and at the same time managing rights under German law. Also, CMOs based outside of Germany but in the EEA, but only if they manage certain rights. This applies especially to rental and lending, remuneration against manufacturers of appliances and storage devices, and ECLs. And lastly, subject to authorizations are dependent CMOs if they manage the just mentioned rights and not all of their mother companies have authorization under German law. If no authorization is necessary, but a duty to notify the administration, that is applicable for German-based CMOs that only manage rights under foreign law, also EEA-based CMOs that manage other than the before mentioned particular rights under German law, and dependent CMOs if they're based in Germany or manage rights under German law. So basically, you can say all CMOs that are linked to Germany in some way, but do not have to ask for authorization, are subject to the notification duty. The procedure works as follows. The authorization is granted by the German Trademark and Patent Office, the DPMA, upon request and after handing in business documents. The CMOs on their side have a subjective and enforceable right to authorization unless there's a material ground for refusal. That can be their statute contradicts regulation, or a representative lacks reliability, or if the CMO appears to be economically unsustainable. Only in these cases, the DPMA can refuse authorization. Before granting authorization, the DPMA has to seek approval of the Federal Cartel Office, as the CMOs are quasi-monopolist in many of the situations. So once the authorization was granted to a particular CMO, the CMO does not have to reapply for authorization if it adjusts their activity. And we also have an intertemporal regulation with regard to the reform of the CMO Act and with the reform of the authorization process. That means that already authorized CMOs do not have to be authorized again. So that stays as it is. And if there are CMOs that have become subject to authorization only under the new reformed law, they can first notify the DPMA and on this basis continue their activity for the time being until the DPMA finally decides on the authorization. So the idea was to have a smooth transition between the law before the implementation of the CMO directive and after. However, in practice, the reform did not substantially change the situation in Germany. All of the 13 CMOs that I mentioned in the last panel have existed for a long time and were authorized long before the CMO was implemented. The CMO directive was implemented in German law. Also, the authorization process before the reform was quite similar. So as a result, we can see that there has been no authorization process so far under the new law. However, the notification duty was new for German law. So far, 18 EEA CMOs active in Germany and 7 dependent CMOs are applicable for it. This notification rule was set up to complement with the requirement of the CMO directive that the administrative body has to control compliance of foreign CMOs as well, and in order to provide an information exchange with the administration of other member states. Because if the German administration would not know about these CMO or dependent CMOs, that would not be possible. Okay, so let's take a second look into ways of determining tariffs. In German law, CMOs are obliged to establish tariffs. The CMO directive does not explicitly impose this duty, but it assumes tariffs in recital 31. However, in Germany, this duty already existed before the adoption of the directive. In practice, tariffs are primarily derived from so-called inclusive contracts with user associations, which the CMO is also obliged to conclude. Or if no such inclusive contracts exist, they're set unilaterally by the CMO. If necessary, the tariff can be challenged before an arbitration board that is with the DPMA, but independent of it. The German CMO Act stipulates some practical standards for setting up a tariff. These were essentially already applicable before the CMA directive adoption. So in this respect, as Mr. Wouters also pointed out, the directive leaves room for discretion to the member states. For German law, you can say the basis for calculation should be the monetary benefits generated by the exploitation of the right. So admission fees, subscription fees, advertising revenues. But other characteristics can also be used if they're practically measurable and provide sufficient indications for the advantage. As, for example, we have event areas, number of seats, duration of use, and such criteria. The share of one work in the overall use of works and the economic value of the CMO service must also be taken into account. The provision that sets this forth is a kind of one-to-one transposition of Article 16 of the CMO directive. And in practice, this is typically realized with a proportional deduction. So the service and overhead of the CMO is taken into account like that. Finally, in Germany, appropriate consideration shall also be given to religious, cultural, and social interests of the users. This should take into account that back in the day, German copyright law had permissive exceptions for fairs, charity events, and so on. And today, in such cases, there can be lower tariffs. As a general standard, German law states that tariffs must be objective and non-discriminatory and must provide for appropriate remuneration. This, again, explicitly transposes the requirements set up by Article 16 of the CMO directive. A special case is the tariff of the tariff structure of the remuneration for services and storage media for private copying. This can be established on the basis of empirical studies conducted by the DPMI Arbitration Board. However, still, remuneration rates of the so-called inclusive agreements are still the primary source for tariffs. Finally, it should be noted that there is no provision that tariffs have to be approved by ex ante by the supervisory authority. Nevertheless, the supervisory authority, the DPMA, can review the appropriateness and the legality of the tariffs. Thank you for your attention in this panel.
Najlepša hvala. Na vrsti je gospod Jakub Slovak.
Thank you very much. I will continue with the topic of this panel. I will share the screen. Okay, so as I have already made some indications, there is an authorization scheme for the Slovakia-based or for the national collective management organizations. The authorization is based on the written application or based on the request of the legal entity that has its main seat at the territory of the Slovak Republic, and the authorization is issued by the Ministry of Culture in the administrative proceeding. So it starts by the application, then Ministry of Culture consider it within the administrative proceeding, and finally Ministry of Culture can decide whether to issue or not the authorization. So this applies only for the national or Slovakia-based CMOs, but we have two specific definitions of the CMO. Both are in line with the CRM directive, but one applies to the national CMOs, where the condition for starting the exercise of collective management is the having a seat at the territory of the Slovak Republic, and for the foreign CMOs that can exercise collective management in the territory of Slovakia, there is no condition of this authorization. And so in case of this application and in case of this proceeding, the applicant is obliged in this round of proceeding to submit necessary information and relevant documents which are named in the Copyright Act. So, for example, it's the state statute, it's the document proving the foreign representation. It means the applicant has to prove that there is a willingness of foreign CMOs to conclude the reciprocal agreement with the applicant. Another document which is necessary to submit to the ministry is the document with the list of national right holders that will be represented by this potential CMO. And so on. So there are also other documents which are stipulated in the Copyright Act and which needs to be submitted to the ministry in order to check them. Of course, a ministry has another condition to check, and this condition which ministry can check is the effectiveness of the exercise and giving the authorization to the specific legal entity. We sometimes use it because, for example, when there is a very limited number of national right holders that wants to create collective management organization, or for example, there is organization that is asking, like in a third or fourth row, for the same type of works. So this effectiveness is not the best the market between the CMOs and as regards the works and subject matter. So the effectiveness of exercising collective management of rights is also one of the conditions that are considered by the ministry in this proceeding when issuing the authorization. But once we decide as a Ministry of Culture to issue the authorization for this applicant or this legal entity, from the delivery of the authorization, this entity becomes the collective management organization and can start exercising the collective management of rights. The authorization is not limited in time, but for example, in a specific case, when we were approving the new Copyright Act in 2016, there was a transitory measure that all existing and also new one CMOs or new applicants could ask once again for new authorization. But this was the specific case because of the creation and approval of the new Copyright Act. This authorization can be also changed, or once again, it's done in the administrative proceeding based on the request of the already existing CMO, or under certain conditions, this authorization can be withdrawn. Ministry can decide on the withdrawal of the authorization. For example, if there are repeating infringements of the obligations arising from the Copyright Act, Ministry can decide that authorization which was issued will be withdrawn, and CMO will not continue exercising the collective management of rights, but can stay only as a civil society and clear the remaining obligations according to the Copyright Act. So CMO has to meet all the requirements for granting of authorization for the interim period of exercising collective management of rights. And of course, Ministry of Culture administer the list, or let's say register, but it's not like something very formal. It's just a list of the CMOs which have the authorization, and also independent management entities are subject to the notification. So if there is an independent management entity, it should be within the 3 months of its establishment. It has to notify the Ministry of Culture, and the Ministry of Culture can just register or name in the list of these CMOs and independent management entities also this independent management entity. So this list is publicly available on the website of the Ministry of website of the Ministry of Culture. But until now, we haven't received any notification from any independent management entities. So the real status right now is that we have only 4 regular collective management organizations, as I already mentioned in the previous panel. So that's basically as regards to the authorization scheme. And very pertinent topic of the tariff setting will be the next one, which I will explain. Of course, usually the tariff setting, I think, are it's posing problems for many of countries and for many member states, but because sometimes we are pushed by the users that the ministry should create some system how to approve the tariffs, how to check them, but we're still not doing this. So the Ministry of Culture is not setting nor determining the tariffs of the CMOs. The tariffs are set by the collective management organization as such. So it means according to the orders from and based also on the agreements and negotiations with right holders that are represented in various bodies or committees of the collective management organization. So, for example, in the General Assembly of the collective management organizations, together with the negotiations of the control committee and so on. So, we are not setting nor determining the tariff and not specifically supervising them, but the Copyright Act includes some criteria which the CMO shall take into account when creating the table of tariff, and also in concluding the licensing agreements. There are like five or six specific criteria. At first, it's a scope, type of use, purpose, and time of use of protected subject matter or work. At the second place, there are two criteria which result directly from the CRM directive, as was mentioned by a colleague from the European Commission. It's in particular the economic value of use of the subject matter in the market and economic value of services of collective management of rights provided by the collective management organization. And there are also specific criteria set in our Copyright Act that CMO shall take into account in consideration when determining the amount of tariff. And that's the fact whether the user can have some direct or indirect financial benefit or financial profit from the use of the protected subject matter. Then the second specific criteria is the utilized capacity of accommodation facilities. So this applies usually in case of hotels and other accommodation capacities. And the third specific criteria was recently added based on the transposition of the online CAPSAT directive, which is related to the ancillary online services and includes the features and especially the duration of online availability of the programs provided in that service, the audience, and the language version provided. So these are the main criteria on which the CMO should count the tariff or the remuneration. The CMO has to inform the users about the criteria according to which this tariff was set before they are going to conclude the licensing agreement. So that's the main principle. Of course, there are other principles like that. Like non-discriminatory and transparency principles that apply. What is specific is the process of changing the table of tariff because it was added in 2019. There is a specific process because before approval of any new tariff or before the setting of any new tariff by the CMO, the CMO is obliged to inform the public about each change of the table of tariff on its website. So CMO has to publish the new table of tariff in advance, few months in advance before it enters into force on its website, and in order the users can check the tariff and the transparency is guaranteed. CMO has also has to discuss the application of criteria which were used when setting this tariff with the legal entities assembling the users or with the users as such, but usually they are the associations of hotels or restaurants or associations representing SMEs that are very keen on checking the tariffs, the new tariffs that the CMO set. So if these associations or these users are interested, they have necessary or they have enough time check the website in advance before entering this table of tariff into force. So the third condition when changing the table of tariff is that collective management organization shall also submit new table of tariff to the ministry, but it's only for the information purposes. We're not like doing any approval or nor determining the amount of tariff. So this is just for the information purposes. And the specific is that ministry can ask collective management organization to make some kind of public presentation of this change table of tariffs. So which means that we can provide space to the CMO, call to the public that they can participate in this specific event for public presentation, and the CMO can give reasoning why they decide to change the table of tariff, how the criteria for tariff setting were applied, how the new tariff is counted, what will be the relationship with the users based on this new tariff, when will be the first time the licensing agreements will be concluded according to this new tariff, and so on. So as I already said, we are not doing supervision over the amount of tariff, but if there are some disputes arising about the amount of tariff or about the table of tariffs between users and CMOs, both parties can go to the court, which can also decide not only for example, the content of the licensing agreement, but also the amount of applicable tariff. So it's up to the court. And as was pointed out also by France, in case of, for example, competition law, there is anti-monopoly office to decide whether, for example, CMO is infringing its dominant position, or in case it has a natural monopoly, it's against the competition. So these cases are up to anti-monopoly office to decide, and it also includes the amount of tariff. So for this part, I think that would be from my side all for now. So thank you very much.
Jakub, najlepša hvala. Besedo predajam še gospe Zofi von Rosen. Izvolite, beseda je vaša.
Thank you very much. If you move forward just to slide number 10, I think is the next slide, possibly. Round 2. Here we go. First of all, I want to say thank you to the other speakers and start with saying that this is the field in which I have had most contact with other supervisory authorities. So I'm very, very glad for this talk, and I do hope we get more opportunities to talk and compare these issues. Having listened to both WIPO and the EU Commission out there, obviously, if there's no international norms, we have to compare in different ways. So thank you for that. Also, very interesting to have that comparative tariff setting table. This part, I know it's just before the break. I could be very, very quick in just saying no and no. We have no formal requirements, and we have no requirements of no engagement when it comes to tariff setting. But of course, that's a little bit of a simplified answer. I put a regulatory vacuum which is the rhetorical question. Of course, we don't have a regulatory vacuum. And I think that I will give you a brief overview by starting with tariffs and then going on to how we control operations. So if we move on to the other slide, please. When it comes to legal requirements for tariff setting, similar way to France, we had no provisions at all before the implementation of the CRM directive. When it comes to the CRM directive implementation, it was implemented through our law of collective management of copyright, which as well included like the very, very basic minimum. So, and it's not really about tariff setting, it's about how tariffs are negotiated. And again, it was the minimum necessary to implement the directive. We now have writings which are wonderfully vague, like the parties shall negotiate according to good business practice. They shall provide each other with the information needed for negotiations. It shall be based on objective criteria and non-discriminatory criteria. So it's more about setting the formats. It might be changed with regard to this new proposal of the private copy levy that's on the table now. The government might have a slightly more active role there. But again, we have not been in a regulatory vacuum prior to the CRM directive. The parties relied on antitrust regulation and competition authorities to bring up and discuss issues of tariff setting. That's also where the case law that we have now. We have no recent case law on tariff setting since the implementation of the CRM directive. The case law that we do have, I've mentioned one case. It's two of our television channels that brought proceedings against STIM, our CMO on the music side, the one celebrating 100 years. In that case, STIM had used a way of determining tariffs, which basically meant that they were taking a percentage of the turnover. And the issue was brought up whether this was correct and whether the way STIM had imposed this requirement did amount to abuse of dominant position. The court decided, it would be interesting to reflect on whether the decision would be different today, but the court decided in this case that no, even though this way of setting tariff was not really a negotiation, it was a one-sided demand, it was still proportionate and it wasn't discriminatory. So STIM was let off the hook, so to speak. I think it's interesting to reflect on tariffs as well. And I have a question for later on regarding the use of indexes. And what the other participants' thoughts are on the implementation of the CRM directive, the fact that we have a supervisory authority now, will that matter? The reason being that I've had very recently, two cases this summer reported to me. As I mentioned on the slide, they were both dropped, which is interesting to think about why that was the case. Both have brought up the issue of the use of indexes in tariff setting. My personal kind of reflection was, does this have to do with the rise in inflation? We've had in Sweden a long period now of the low inflation. If you make use of an index and you raise your tariffs, and inflation is not that high, it's not so problematic. But what I have had indications of is that some smaller radio channels are shutting down operations because they basically can't afford the tariffs, they can't afford the fees. Again, these two cases, they were reported to us in the summer, but in both cases the parties withdrew their demand for us to intervene. The reason being that they said that we are in negotiations now. If it comes out that we get in contact with you, that might influence or that might adversely affect our negotiations, and the negotiations are so important. And I thought that was an interesting point. They rather keep to kind of unjustifiable ways of setting tariffs just to get the negotiation going. We can move to the other slide now. When it comes to starting operations, same there. We had no requirements of pre-authorization, no requirements regarding organizational form, and I thought that was an issue that was interestingly raised by Rudolf regarding the requirements in the CRM directive of organizational form. And this I link to what I said before about the complexity of the landscape when it comes to CMOs in Sweden. This requirement in the directive regarding organizational form, I would say that most CMOs in Sweden are not-for-profit organizations on one level. But what we have seen when we looked deeper into the structures is that I would say all but very few have capital investment funds. They own properties. They have profitable companies, service companies below them. So again, the fact that they are on the one hand run as non-profit organizations, that says very little about the actual way that the funds are being managed. Often our CMOs we've seen, they would give a mission to a profitable company to distribute funds, a service company. So there's several layers of this, which is interesting to think about when it comes to requirements of organizational form. I don't know if it's the same in other member states. If you encounter the same situation, it would be interesting to hear from you on that point. When it comes to legal requirements regarding operations, I mentioned that we don't have any requirements of pre-authorization. We do have requirements since the CRM directive that organizations shall register. And we have rather broad mandate when it comes to our role as a supervisory authority. We can basically demand any document that we see fit. And what we have done is that we have demanded just the statutes, yearly accounts. So we are building up an awareness of the organizations regarding both the organizational form, and it's not a pre-authorization, but it's a registration requirement, and we're using that to map out the landscape. Slightly tricky that there are no real sanctions if they don't register, but we can argue with them, we can push them, but there we go. No, let's keep to the other slide. When it comes to the court case I mentioned before, when Bus took proceedings against Do, I mentioned that I would go into some details on that because the court was asked to decide on whether one or more organizations could collect a visa right. Again, since there were no express provision in law or authorization procedure, the court held that the Bus was most representative, and the requirements of economical and administrative stability, the fact that Bus had this and not Do, was what led the court to decide that Bus was the most suitable. The truth behind this case, it's much more exciting than what you will see when you read it, or if you read it, because the truth is that one of these organizations was purely started to kind of be destructive. It was the antique dealers organizations that started, and they were openly saying afterwards that, well, we just tried to make sure that the visa right initiative in Sweden would fail. Had we had a system of pre-authorization, I think this would have become evident much, much earlier than after a year-long court proceedings. So it's kind of, it shows the benefits of the pre-authorization scheme. And here I also wanted to mention to you that I was of the belief that pre-authorization and kind of government control over who could start operations and who could not, that would be something that the user side would be pushing for. In Sweden, voices and wishes of this kind of requirements and authorizations have actually come from the organizations themselves, saying that, well, it would be very, very good if you authorized these, our action, our operations, since then we wouldn't have to deal with the conflicts that we now have with organizations competing. We have one court case since the implementation of the CRM directive, and that is...
Sophie, se upravičujem, lahko prosim zaključite vaše misli. Hvala.
Of course. If you move on to the slide following this, it was just a few words of governance, and then I will leave you to have your break. I want to point you to the fact that this kind of governance, it's linking back to what we said before. The reason why Boost has economical and administrative stability is a direct connection to the use of funds from the extended collective licensing system. And it's also linked to the semi-public functions that this organization has. So we can govern in a way who is engaged in operations, not through these authorization schemes, but the government is involved in if you put it bluntly, making sure that those who behave correctly are the ones who are stopping and conducting operations. So it's a carrot and stick situation. And that was all for me. Thank you very much.
Najlepša hvala. Ker smo v stiski s časom, si bomo zdaj najprej privoščili 10-minutni odmor in bomo vaše vprašanja spremljali na koncu, ko bomo videli, koliko časa še imamo za to. Tako da vidimo se v bistvu, rečemo, 13:27. Hvala. Tako, začenjamo s tretjim, zadnjim vsebinskim sklopom. Današnje govorke in govorci nam bodo predstavili še sklade kolektivnih organizacij za socialne, kulturne in izobraževalne namene. Besedo predajam gospe Miyuki Monroe.
Yes, sure. One moment. Hope you can look at the screen. Just wait a moment, I have a small difficulties here. Up. Yeah. So I'm starting directly for the last subject, which I will go very quickly as well. So I think, as I mentioned also in my previous intervention, I refer to the WIPO toolkit for this topic as well regarding the international good practice in this area. In the toolkit, it is chapter 6, subsection 4, which have the good practices on revenue deductions, which include deductions for social, cultural, and educational purposes. And the international good practice is cited in this slide from the toolkit, and accordingly, deductions are made upon agreement by a CMO's members. And it would be usually the general meeting of a CMO to decide on the rules and on deductions. And the CMO should make efforts to ensure that funds for social, cultural, or educational purposes are only deducted with the agreement of its member right holders. A CMO is also required for transparency, and the amounts deducted for social, cultural, and educational purposes and an explanation of the use of such funds should be included in the CMO's annual report. Also, a CMO needs to ensure that rights holders benefit from the funds for social, cultural, and educational purposes. And if such deductions are made from rights revenues collected not only for national rights holders, but also for foreign rights holders via representation agreements, then the CMO should ensure that both national and foreign rights holders would benefit from the usage of such funds. So that was a very quick overview of good practices at an international level. But we are actually sometimes asked by some of our member states and CMOs about appropriate percentage to be deducted from the collected rights revenue for social, cultural, or educational purposes. And I have to make clear first that we do not have any international standard or norms on this topic as usual. If I am not mistaken, I think our EU representative speaker will explain it better than me, but EU directive does not set up any specific percentage either, but only referring that it should be reasonable. So here I may only suggest to refer to examples of some other jurisdictions which are comparative to your country. And just as an illustrative purpose, in the toolkit, we have the below in the slide some examples included. So Belgium, it allows the deduction of maximum 10%, Brazil 20, Colombia 10, North Macedonia 15, and so on. So those are examples mentioned in the toolkit, but it should be also noted that many countries do not refer to any maximum percentage in their laws or regulations either. For collections of private copying, specifically, it seems that it is more common for countries to set up a percentage for funds for cultural, social, or educational purposes. And here is a list that I made based on the CISAC study published a few years ago. On the left side, you have here on the left side, you have the EU countries. And here on the right side, you have the non-EU countries taken from CISAC study. And the average seems about 20% for both cases, more or less. So that was really quick intervention this time. I would like to leave the floor to the moderator and other speakers, because I'm sure that speakers representing different EU countries and EU may develop much more on this topic in their interventions. Thank you so much.
Najlepša hvala. K besedi vabim gospo Lejlo Manini iz Evropske komisije, ki se nam danes pridružila prvič.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? I will now share my screen. All right. You should be able to see it now. All right. So first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this event. It has been very interesting following the presentations from all the other speakers, and I'm very happy to be here and participate myself. Since my colleague Rodolfo has already talked this morning more in detail about the general structure that is in place for collective rights management at EU level, I'm going to focus more now on what the directive on collective rights management prescribes for deductions. Under the directive for collective rights management, deductions are to be understood as the percentages that are subtracted from the collective royalties or from other sources of income, such as the profit generated from the investment of rights revenues. Because, of course, right holders have the right to be remunerated for the exploitations made of their rights, there are limitations that apply to the establishment and management of deductions. There are several forms of deductions that can be made. The one that is, of course, most obvious is the one in the form of management fees, which are related to the cost of operations. Management fees cannot exceed the amount corresponding, in fact, to the costs that the CMO has incurred in, which must be, in all cases, documented. This kind of deduction is also the only one that a CMO is allowed to make directly when they are collecting rights revenue on the basis of the representation agreement with another CMO. Any other deduction, for example, the ones for social, cultural, or educational purposes, must be expressly authorized. The directive on rights management also provides for the possibility of CMOs to establish deductions on social, cultural, and educational purposes, which is more the focus of this panel. These deductions need to be decided by the members of the CMO in the context of the General Assembly. And under Article 12 of the directive, we find the requirement that these deductions need to abide by. Namely, they need to be reasonable, established based on objective criteria and proportionate to the services that they are used to fund. As mentioned by the previous speaker from WIPO, there are no percentages indicated in the directive as a maximum amount deductible as a guideline of EU level. So this is left again to member states, because this directive leaves margins of discretion to the member states, of course. So there is also recognized, and always on the same topic, there is also the recognized possibility that member states keep the already established or establish under national law deductions for other purposes. CMOs, for example, might be required under national law to provide social services, which are also funded through deductions from right revenues. These need to be regardless in compliance with EU law, but are otherwise not affected by the directive. On this note, came to my mind that under Article 13.6, paragraph 6 of the directive, member states also have the discretion to introduce laws to redirect the use of non-distributable collections towards funding social, cultural, or educational activities for rights holders. Now, wanting to focus more specifically on the deductions made for social, cultural, and educational purposes, it is important to point out that the rules that are applied to this category of deductions are also the same that inspire the aims of the directive. So the aims that the directive pursues, namely the high standards for governance, transparency, and reporting, especially relating to the managing of finances. As already mentioned, the general policy on deductions, which includes the one made for social, cultural, and educational scopes, is a topic to be agreed upon by the General Assembly of Members. The use made of the funds accumulated via these social deductions must also be agreed upon. And under Article 12, paragraph 4, the use done of these funds must be non-discriminatory, meaning that all right holders, all members must have equal access to the social, cultural, and educational services provided by the CMO. Information on these deductions must also be communicated to the right holders who might want to be represented by the CMO before the CMO has obtained the consent to manage their rights. And this transparency extends also to the rules that govern the deductions. There's also the requirement for CMOs, in case issues arise concerning the dealing with the deductions, to establish a complaint procedure for members or other CMOs that are represented by the first CMO to access and make their grievances known. And the CMO that receives the complaint is obliged to reply in writing to those complaints. I thought it would be interesting to focus a little bit more on those aspects where we can find this principle of transparency more emerging throughout the norms, the articles that are dealing specifically with the management of deductions. And here are some articles in which we can find where the obligation for CMO to respect transparency is also reflected. It's relevant because the transparency is very relevant because it allows members and other right holders to monitor the performance of the CMO, and also for possible people that want to join the CMO or want to be represented by it, can be a very important source of information, also to know how the CMO operates compared to others. And also it is contributing in creating trust in the organization per se. When it comes to deductions made for social, cultural, and educational purposes, CMOs must communicate to each right holder that has received payment or attribution the relevant information during that year, and this is prescribed under Article 18. Information circa the policy on deductions is also being included by the CMOs, information that has to be made available to the public by including it on its website as per Article 21 of the directive. And CMOs are also obligated to produce an annual transparency report, where again, they have to share the financial information on the deductions made per category of rights managed. These informations must also include a descriptions of the deductions made, the type of use made of such deductions, and the purpose for it. Additionally to the annual transparency report, there is also a special report that is required by Article 22, paragraph 3. This special report can also be included in the annual transparency report. But in this special report, the CMO must explain the use made of the amounts put aside for social, cultural, and educational deductions, detailing the type of purpose and including the cost that managing these sums might have generated. And this is all detailed in the annex of the directive. In case you wanted to have more information about what we discussed today, you can find the first link. And instead, if you wanted to have a look at the report that was produced on the directive itself, you can find it at the second link. I hope I didn't exceed my time, and thank you very much for listening. I leave the floor to the next speakers.
Najlepša hvala. Besedo ima gospa Anne Lemervon.
Yes. Hello again. Since it's the last panel, I wanted first to thank you a lot for this exchange and also for inviting me. On that, I will try to insist on the, well, sort of specific articles we have, because as each member state, after the directive anyway, we have effectively all these transparency and information obligations. So naturally we do follow them, but I wanted to be more specific on the fact that in France, in certain cases where CMOs are in a position to exploit the rights on a mandatory basis, the law provides that part of the remuneration, such as for the private copying levy, or whole of the, or part of, or whole of the undistributed remunerations must be used for cultural or educational activities. And then I will go to the next slide, which is actually the article stating that. So first you have the very principle. The actions to be supported are actions to support creation. So, the CMOs can help some associations which make some traineeships for creators. The second one is dissemination of live performances. That's one point we stated while discussing the followings of the RAP case. These sums help a lot to organize live festivals, mainly on music, but not only. Development of artistic, and cultural education and training for artists. As regard the development of artistic and cultural education, it's something specific we added in 2016, and the idea is to help associations who, so to say, hire creators and organize I don't know, I didn't want to be as specific. Okay, associations who have contacts with schools and then are organizing the connection between schools and real creators. So the idea is that the kids are not just confronted with artistic teachers, but with real creators, so sculptors, painters, writers, whatever. So it's like workshops with real creators. So these are these actions. Then afterwards, you have the list of the rights subjected to this obligation. So we have 25% of private copy levies, such as WIPO has already shown. We have, as I said, all sums collected and not distributed, because in cases where you have a mandatory collective management, and afterwards you have specific informations which are not so much relevant. What I wanted to say, but it's also partly in the directive, is naturally to adopt the choice of the associations helped and the principles according to which the CMO is giving helps. You need decision by the General Assembly, and the voting procedure is a special one because it's 2/3 majority required to accept the principles according to which the CMO is going to grant these helps. So I think that was the main specific point for France. So that's why I wanted to explain a bit about it. And naturally, aside that, each CMO can also provide on a voluntary basis for social, cultural, educational funds. In France, we have no limitation in the percentage, but it's again the General Assembly of the CMO which decides so. I gathered a few examples, actually, yes, 3. I checked our CMO for music composers, authors, and publishers is distributing funds from its cultural fund, where 93% of the total amount is made of by the 25% of the private copying levy. So it's almost everything comes from this legal obligation, but it means that 7% distributed by SSM on cultural actions is based on voluntary on a voluntary measure. And as an example, in 2021, they distributed 29.2 million euros for cultural actions. I had a check in another kind of CMO, Adami, which is one of the performers CMO. She created a couple of years ago a social fund for accidents of life. So whenever a performer has lost his job, has lost his wife or her husband, and in this kind of cases where they really have a drop in revenues, then they can apply for a social help from the EDAMI. And then a lot of CMOs, but I think it might be the same in the other member states. And you had a look at the ADAGP, which is our VG Bildkunst. So for the authors of applied and visual arts, they made a special fund because of the pandemic. So I think it was much more or less widespread, and some actually made a one-stop shop with the public funds, and other ones dedicated special funds, and this CMO organized a special fund for that. So that's why I wanted to share that with you, but these are only examples. And on the French side anyway, that's it. And again, thank you, and I really enjoyed the exchange.
Najlepša hvala. Sedaj pa k besedi vabim gospoda Arvida Arnca.
Yeah, thanks again. And also let me thank you at this point for the great opportunity to get these different perspectives, including the WIPO and the Commission on the topic on the CMOs. And now I just want to start with the third panel for social, cultural, and educational activities of CMOs in Germany. The social and cultural promotion is actually a statutory function of German CMOs. The relevant provision is designed as a soft provision. There's no obligation on part of the CMO that can be enforced by the supervisory authority. However, it is considered more than just a recommendation or optional provision. CMOs are actually meant to set up instruments for social and cultural promotion if there is no objective reason to the contrary. Still, CMOs have broad discretion regarding how the promotion is conducted, as well as the assessment of works and performances as culturally significant. This national regulation was in place already before the CMO directive. The cultural and social promotion is twofold. First, culturally important works should be promoted. The reasoning of the historical legislator was that creators of valuable work raise the public image of CMOs and thus indirectly contribute to its economic strength, even if the actual revenues from the exploitation of these works fall short of those intended for the masses. And the second point, the social welfare and support funds should be promoted. This is especially relevant for emergency situations, as we just heard in France, of individual right holders, and also for longer-term pension plans. However, it must be noted that this instrument should only benefit the right holders that actually license their works to one particular CMO. From the European perspective, the CMO directive explicitly allows for such use of the revenue, Article 12, Section 4 CMO directive. The directive only requires that this is realized based on fair criteria, as Ms. Manini pointed out earlier. German law tried to transpose this approach with explicit provisions. So first, the internal decision-making for such a promotion within the CMO is made by a resolution of the general meeting of members. And there, particularly the non-distributable income from rights is well suited, as it cannot be allocated to any particular beneficiary. The deductions must be reasonable and determined on the basis of objective criteria, for example, in the form of percentage deductions, and in relation to the revenues of the CMO. However, the CMO, as I said, has discretionary powers with regard to the form of rules as well as with regard to the criteria. So there's some room for maneuvering. German law does not establish a subjective individual right to cultural or social promotion for beneficiaries. However, once rules are established, of course, the CMO must comply with its own rules to access, rules on access to service and the scope of service, which can be considered cultural and social promotion. In practice, we can observe that typically CMOs determine in their distribution plan which share of the rights revenue is made available to cultural and social institutions. In Germany, that is between 1% and maximum of 10%, depending on each CMO. Some CMO even operate legally independent social and promotional institutions, for example, in the form of a foundation. And examples of such promotions, in fact, are, for example, prizes, scholarships, and with respect to the social support, we also have whole social institutions. In addition to the regular promotion or support, the CMOs also responded to current events, for example, Corona or Ukraine aid, within the framework of the legal possibilities, of course. Since the CMOs have a fiduciary status, also the CMOs institutions for social and cultural promotions are subject to supervision of the DPMA, the supervisory administration. The supervision also exists irrespective of the form in which the institutions are organized. Yeah, with these short remarks on the social and cultural promotion by CMOs, I want to finish and thank you for your attention. I hope I could provide you with some relevant information on the German legal system and practice. But if you have further questions, please don't hesitate to ask or even write me an email, which I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Najlepša, gospod Arnc, najlepša hvala. Sedaj pa je na vrsti gospod Jakub Slovak.
Thank you very much. And for the third panel, I will try to be very brief on the social culture and educational purposes fund. I will share once again the presentation. Okay, so as was pointed out by many previous speakers, it's up to the CMO to decide whether to create such fund to support the social, cultural, and educational needs for the benefit of CMO's members and right holders. So it's voluntary, and it's usually the General Assembly who decide on this. If such fund has been established within the CMO, CMO usually have some internal rules and internal uses for the contributions that were deducted to this fund. CMO usually deduct the contribution to the fund from the income from the collective management of rights, but the Copyright Act doesn't include any amount or any percentage how much the contribution to the fund should be from the income. However, we have never seen any problems. We have never received as a supervisory authority any complaints, nor from the right holders, nor from the users about the amount of this contribution to the fund for social, culture, and educational purposes. On the other hand, this fund, its use and purposes, and of course, the costs for administration of this fund has to be clearly indicated, described, and explained in the annual report of the collective management organization. So, Ministry as a supervisory body is doing the check of the annual report, and of course, we can, if there's some misunderstanding or we need further explanation, we can supervise also this issue stated in the annual report of the CMO about the fund. The financial resources for the fund usually consist of unidentified remunerations that cannot be distributed even after a longer period of time to right holders. So the similar situation as, for example, in France. And as relates the practical issues, only 3 collective management organizations in Slovakia have created the fund for social, cultural, and educational purposes. One CMO decided not to create such fund, and according to their internal rules of of these funds that the CMO have established. There are various purposes, how the contributions and how this fund can be used. For example, mainly it's to support the young authors, creators, or talents based on the application, so they can provide some donation, for example, to the new film producers, to the young film producers based on their application, or they can help the authors in extraordinary social situations or in urgent needs. It happened some point that, for example, when some performers had like serious accidents, or recently when many authors were struggling during the COVID-19 pandemic. So these contributions from the funds can be divided between the most tackled authors or performers. And of course, another purpose of this fund is to establish and run cultural and educational programs and projects by the CMOs. For example, one of the biggest CMO in Slovakia for musical works, usually once a year, creates an award-winning competition for the best played performers, for the best authors, and so on. So in general and very briefly, this would be my contribution to this third panel. And as this is the last panel, I would like to thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to being part of this event. And if you have any questions later, I am open to answer them. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala. Zdaj pa besedo predajam še gospe Zofiji Grete von Rosen. Izvolite.
Thank you very much. So first I will start by saying that this was the focus for our supervision work for the last 2 years. So this is what we've been looking at in Sweden, how these requirements have been implemented in practice. I found it interesting to note that Sweden had not replied to the CSAC survey study. I think the numbers would have been slightly different there, since we have a number of organizations doing 100% of deductions. That is because prior to the directive, there was a vast discretion on this issue. So I salute the directive. It's great to have the CRM directive in this field for our purposes. The discretion, once you look into detail, what people do with when they do deductions for social, cultural, educational purposes, it's a variety. It's legal advice. There can be stipends, supporting festivals, galas, legal advice. But again, it's up to the organization to decide. We have no government role. I also think it's interesting when I heard the Slovak contribution now regarding creation of funds. The way we have our organization do this is that they don't have a fund for social, cultural, and education purposes. They just do deductions on the basis of this. And I think what we have noted, and where I think it's again so lovely to have these kind of discussions, is because it's the concepts, the words that we're using. What does it mean? What kind of activity falls under social, cultural, and education purposes? We see a confusion within our organizations with regard to that. Terms like national funds, funds for collective use, deductions, they're at times used to describe the same thing. That is, funds not distributed individually. And even what amounts to individual distribution and right holders, there is a confusion on that too. These umbrella organizations with organizations as members, are those organizations, are they right holders, or are they just organizations representing right holders? Some claim, well, we are right holders, we might be an organization, so therefore distributing fund to us as an organization. that is individual distribution. It's not at all. So there is some uncertainty regarding concepts. We can move on to the other slide, please. So the law on collective management of copyright, chapter 7, deals with management of funds, and it has kind of shaped up our landscape a little bit. There are still lots of challenges when it comes to requirement of non-discrimination and equal treatment. When deductions are being made, are they actually being made, and are the services being provided to even non-members? We are seeing improvements in accounting ways of dealing with funds now, again, thanks to the CRM directive. What we have noticed as well is that the CFAC guidelines are at sometimes stronger than our support. So I will conclude on that note. There's a lot more to be said, but I would just love to have some time for discussions. But just to say that the two issues we are seeing in this field, it's well, how to categorize a certain use, what falls under this kind of activities. And the other issue that we are happy to receive comments and discuss with you about is how do we ensure transparency when it comes to rules on governance? Because again, our landscape is quite complex. The organizations are complex. It's easier said than done to implement these requirements. So on that, I will end very, very shortly by just saying thank you very much. It's been a wonderful seminar, and I look forward to continuing discussions with you. And please get in contact if you want.
Najlepša hvala. Prišli smo do konca tretjega dela in ne samo, da smo ujeli našo časovnico, imamo več časa, tako da prosim, sprašujte, izkoristite znanje naših sogovornikov. Ne vidim nobene roke, prosim, kar pritisnite, če želite zastaviti vprašanje. Špela Grčar, izvolite.
Ja, da se pogumam, da vprašanje zastavamo v angleščini, ker...
Lahko v slovenščini, imamo prevod. Lahko pa tudi v angleščini, kot želite.
No, zanima me glede teh v bistvu skladov, čisto v praksi. Kot sem slišala, pač je nekaj bilo primerov konkretnih, da se recimo spodbujajo tudi festivali, če sem pravilno razumela predstavnico iz Francije. Pa me zanima, na kakšen način torej je možno ta sredstva iz kulturnih, socialnih in izobraževalnih skladov nameniti tudi recimo nekem pravni osebi oziroma organizatorju festivala, s katerim recimo, ne vem, s katerim se potem spodbuja to razširjanje del, bodisi glasbenih, filmskih ali kakorkoli. Na drugi strani pa me zanima pri poročanju o teh, bi rekla, prejemnikih, kako podrobna so v praksi njihova poročila. Če gre v bistvu do te mere, da se tudi v tem specialnem poročilu letnem navaja tudi posamezna imena fizičnih oseb. To je čisto iz prakse, me zanima. Hvala.
Hvala za vprašanje. Kdo od naših gostov želi odgovoriti?
Yes, I can. I think the question was directed actually apparently to me. Okay, I hope I did not use an improper term. It's not a fund as such. It's money from a part of the private copying levy, part of the equitable remuneration, which couldn't be distributed to performers because of material reciprocity and other sums where the CMO is run under mandatory collective management, such as lending rights for books, for instance. And so the CMOs do have to keep these sums separate in separate accounts. I don't know if they have a special account really, but anyway, when they write their budget report, it's a special account. And then they receive some files from live events organizers. And when these organizers do meet the conditions set by the General Assembly of the CMO, then a certain amount of money is given to them. And in practice, they can get some money from the CMO for authors, composers, and the publishers, the SSM, but they also very often get some money, money from the performers, CMO, but also from the phonogram producers, CMO, because, they're interested with music, and they're interested to have a living music ecosystem. And so if again the festival is meeting their conditions, then they grant them some amount. The info we have, well, according to the directive anyway, there is the info that organization has been helped on the website of the CMO. As for the sums dealing directly with the fourth of the private copying levy, there is a dedicated website actually for all the CMOs where you can see which organizations, festivals, associations has been helped with that money. And that's all. And we as a minister get some more information on the amount given, but that is not public as far as I know. I should check, but spontaneously, that's what I would say. And no, we don't have the name of the physical persons, but only of the moral person who is who has submitted a file. So I hope it helps you understand the way we do it. But if you have any more detailed questions, then I think through email, that would be the best. And also because I don't know more about that, so I would then check and ask some of the CMOs exactly practically how they do it.
Thank you.
Hvala. Še katero vprašanje? Časa imamo sedaj dovolj. Aha, Sophie, please.
We do. Thank you. I would like to hear from some of the other participants this issue of indexes, since it's been brought up to me recently. It's something that you have encountered as well, and how are your thoughts on that? I leave the floor open, whoever wants to answer. I'm interested in it because it's a new phenomenon for me. Anyone?
Zelo zanimivo vprašanje. Kdo bo odgovoril oziroma svoje mnenje povedal in izkušnje? Jakob?
Thank you. Just from my point of view, we recently know that one of the CMOs decided that they will include like indexation on the tariffs, but it's in the special case of table of tariff for retransmission. So they they take it that they reflected, according to this indexation, they reflected the economic value of use of service of collective management of rights, and of course use of subject matter or protected subject matter in the market. So they took this inflation indexation under this criteria. Yep, but there are no like specific regulation directly in the Copyright Act that so it's not strictly prohibited, nor it's allowed. So the Copyright Act doesn't include any provisions on this, but we recently have the information that one of the CMOs did it. They also like mentioned that it was necessary to reflect it because of the situation after the pandemic. Yeah, so these were like their arguments, but we don't have information about other specific uses. So until now, what we know that the tariffs and the table of tariffs remain without any specific indexation for other CMOs or for other types of use.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hvala. Ann, izvolite.
Yes. Hi. I didn't want to intervene, but then Jakub took the floor, and it reminded me that yes, we also had this practice. I should check and send it over to you because it's published in the official journal. Some of our decisions on the tariffs on equitable remuneration in France do have an index of what we say, the cost of life. I don't know how to say it in English. And so since these tariffs are negotiated each, I don't know, their history is not that old, but almost each 15 years or 20 years, then it helps not to be obliged to renegotiate regularly. But if you're interested in it, then I might exactly check for which communication to the public they've chosen this.
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Okay.
Hvala. Bi morda še kateri predstavnik od kolektivnih organizacij, ki ste prisotni danes tukaj, povedali kaj na to temo? Ali zastavili vprašanje? Ne vidim nobene roke. Ali to pomeni, da ste izvedeli, da ste dobili čisto vse informacije? Aha. Direktorica urada, gospa Žvokelj, prosim. Ne slišimo?
Se bom dala. Se upravičujem, na dveh koncih smo morali se vklopiti. Moje ime je Mojca Pečar. Rada bi samo povedala, da naš zakon o kolektivnem upravljanju avtorskih in sorodnih pravic omogoča, da se določijo okoliščine, zaradi katerih se lahko tarifa zviša, zniža ali pa celo tudi oprosti. In nekatere kolektivne organizacije...
Excuse me, we are missing translation. I don't know whether it's only me or are...
Okay, should I continue in...
Yes, now it's well, but previously we haven't heard...
Okay, then I will start again. So my name is Mojca Pečar, and I just wanted to say that...
now it's working.
That our law on collective... Okay. No. Bom nadaljevala v slovenščini. Naš zakon o kolektivnem upravljanju avtorskih in sorodnih pravic omogoča da se reprezentativno združenje uporabnikov in kolektivna organizacija dogovorijo, katere okoliščine so tiste, zaradi katerih se lahko tarifa zviša, zniža ali pa celo oprosti. Nekatere kolektivne organizacije se tako dogovorijo z reprezentativnim združenjem uporabnikov, da bodo na primer spremenile tarifo glede na zvišanje življenjskih stroškov. In če so tako dogovorjene, potem v začetku leta oziroma po dogovorjenem obdobju to izvedejo, objavijo na svoji spletni strani in potem seveda pričakujejo, da bodo uporabniki plačevali po tej tarifi, ki je usklajena z rastjo življenjskih stroškov. Tako da je pa odvisno od tega, kako so se dogovorili.
Mojca, hvala. Kakšen junak, še morda junakinja? Zdaj je priložnost. Aha, Aleš Kozina, lepo prosim, izvolite.
Ja, lep dober dan vsem skupaj. Hvala za tole danes. Kakšne stvari so koristne, da pride do izmenjav. In moje mnenje je, da se iz tega da kar nekaj zaključkov potegniti, ampak v zvezi z zadnjo temo me zanima predvsem v tistih primerih, kadar recimo ni mogoče dogovoriti se o zvišanju tarife, ali obstajajo kakšni mehanizmi znotraj zakonov držav, ki so danes prisotne, da te stvari uredijo, kakšni so ti mehanizmi in pa predvsem koliko časa traja, da pride do neke odločitve oziroma do rešitve tega problema. Hvala.
Hvala za vprašanje. Kdo bi želel prvi odgovoriti? Bilo je naslovljeno na vse države prisotne tukaj, zakonodaje vseh držav. Bi kdo? Izvolite. Izvolite, Sofija, izvolite, kar prosim.
I was just going to mention that we have, I checked with our court, we have a court now that deals with IP matters, so they could decide on tariffs, but again, all decisions we have are from our competition authority, and we have a formal cooperation with the competition authority, so we have no other special dispute resolution in place as of now.
Hvala. Ann, please, prosim.
Yes, we don't have any mechanism in the law. So what we can do is either have a political weight and accompany the stakeholders in a negotiation, what we do sometimes. And especially when it's between, let's say, performers and phonogram producers and eventually platforms or authors and publishers. But we cannot force them. We can just offer them a proper framework to negotiate. That's it. And in case where there is an administrative commission, such as I said for the equitable remuneration and private copying levy, then yes, the reactivation of the commission might help giving them a framework to negotiate again. But there is no legislation for that. It's just political willingness.
Hvala za pojasnilo. Jakob, izvolite.
Thank you. just very briefly, similar to Sweden, it's up to Kurt and to the competition body to decide. Usually, when it's the general problem with the whole table of tariff of certain CMO and some association of user is complaining, then it goes to the anti-monopoly office as a competition or body responsible for the competition, and if it's against the user, the specific user, and the CMO, the Kurt can decide on the amount of tariff. So it's like this. Thank you.
Hvala. Gospod Arns?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add that in Germany, we do have an arbitration board, which I mentioned in the presentation, I think, and it's connected with the Patent and Trademark Office, so the supervisory authority, although it is independent of it. So they make their own decisions, and this is kind of the first step to check on tariffs, their appropriateness, and so on.
Najlepša hvala za pojasnila. Še kakšno vprašanje morda? Na drugo temo, tudi na prvo, če želite. Ne, ne vidim nobene roke. Potem pa najlepša hvala, dogodek je pri koncu. Najlepša hvala našim gostom, da ste z nami delili svoje res bogato znanje in izkušnje. Za nas so to zelo dragocene informacije in prepričana sem, da so tudi udeleženci dogodka izvedeli nekaj novega. Hvala tudi vam, vsem slušateljem, za vašo udeležbo na današnjem dogodku. Toplo se zahvaljujem tudi tolmački in tolmaču za njuno zahtevno delo, ki sta ga opravljala. Posnetek dogodka bo predvidoma v nekaj dneh objavljen na spletni strani Urada za intelektualno lastnino. Želim vam prijeten dan še naprej in se vidimo na naslednjem dogodku. Nasvidenje.
Thank you so much, Petra.
Indeed, thank you so much.